the damage back.
So 1d10 plus 1?
Yes, that's the default. Now, you're going to be able to choose between two special rules, which I will tell you about in just a moment. But the first thing is the nerf is you're going to have to reload after 2 shots, so 2 rounds of firing rather than 3. Because shotguns are OP as shit. That goes for all shotguns, by the way, not just this one. Because they're kind of OP. So here are the special rules you can choose from. There's a really basic one that is guaranteed to be useful. It's called Proven, and it's written as Proven parentheses a number, sort of like blast a number. And the way that Proven works is I'm going to give you Proven 2, and what that means is on damage rolls, if you roll a 1, you count it as a 2. Simple as that. So that's the simple one. That's the boring one, I think. The other one that I pulled out of the Only War book is called Maximal. And this gives you a secondary firing mode. So the normal fire mode is the same. You shoot, you do your damage, whole 9 yards. The Maximal fire mode, you expend both barrels to do an extra 1d10 plus 4 damage, in addition to the normal scatter rules. So you do your first attack, then you do the 1d10 plus 4, then you do your scatter roll. Does that make sense?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so I will copy the full rules here for you.
What was it called? Maximal?
Maximal. I have the full, I have a full rule layout and an example to go with it. So I will put that in chat for you. And so it does expend both barrels, so you'll have to reload after doing it. But basically you walk up and shoot both barrels in the guy. Alright, so this is going to go in chat. You can copy this somewhere. Right. That's long mostly because it has an example in it. So, alrighty. So the next thing is I forgot to ask a whole bunch of intro questions to everybody. There are like 7 of them, which is quite a lot. So we're going to ask like a couple of them, and then I'll try to work them in a little bit. But so let's start with we'll start with Angelos because you're alphabetically first.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you some questions. You should record the answers on your like character bio thing. So I'm going to post the questions in chat, and that way you can think about them as well. But I'm only going to ask the first couple. So the first one is, where are you from and what is it like there?
I am originally from world. Let me actually look up half this stuff because it's been a while. I am originally from a world called Maccabeus 5. Is an Imperial world. I do not remember that much of it due to being taken at an extraordinarily young age on the black ships.
All right. What do you hate?
I hate all heresy and all those that fear the warp in an unseen way, in the sense that just for the sake of people hating Psykers and the warp, just because I don't understand it.
All right. What do you love? Besides the Emperor.
Damn it. I love purging heretics from this world and watching them burn in the righteousness of our Emperor.
All right. And I'm going to ask one out of order here. So what will you sacrifice in the name of your God Emperor?
Every single drunk in the party, including and not limited to Jay.
No,
so drunks. Drunks is who you'll sacrifice. All right.
Yes.
All right, so make sure you put those in your bio. Let's do Cato next. Where are you from, and what is it like there?
So, I come from an Imperial backwater. The name is not important. I recall knowing it once, but I forgot it because it's so dull. I would say not a very exciting world, mostly interesting due to what little tech was there.
All right, what do you hate?
Luddites, all who would destroy technology.
What do you love other than the God Emperor?
Technology in all
I
its
suppose
forms.
in your case, other than the Omnissiah as well. But all right, so technology, cool. And then, what will you sacrifice in the name of the Omnissiah, your God Emperor?
Every piece of technology I can find.
You'll sacrifice every piece of technology?
There's nothing more important than the God Emperor.
All right, that's a good answer. All right, Jay Kwellin. Are you ready? Where are you from?
I'm right. Some nameless, overcrowded backwater hive world.
All right.
It's overcrowded and terrible.
Overcrowded and terrible. All right, what do you hate?
Any uptight jackasses that just want to run around for their emperor, and
Your
that's
emperor too, buddy.
Doesn't matter.
All right. Clearly slightly heretical. What do you hate? So what do you hate is jackasses. What do you love besides the God
Gambling and alcohol.
Emperor? And what will you sacrifice in the name of your God Emperor?
Anything. Period.
Anything, period. Including booze?
Not limited to anyone else in the party, including myself.
All right. Gerwulf Rask. Where are you from, and what is it like there? This should be
Krieg.
interesting. What's it like there?
Krieg is basically a world it's basically Chernobyl, but worldwide. Post-nuclear winter, everything's bombed out.
What do you hate?
Traitors,
What do you love?
killing.
Killing anything in particular, or just killing? Fair enough. What will you sacrifice in the name of your God Emperor?
Every single person.
All right. Except you. That's interesting for a Krieger to say.
It is.
Most Kriegers are pretty much
You can't
my
kill
life
if you're
is
dead.
for. Fair enough. All right. So those are some questions. There will be some other ones sprinkled in later that you will need to write down the answers to. But okay. So we left off. You were in the middle of the woods of Protellus, and you had decided to head towards the archaeological site and meet up with Claudius and Eric. Eric is with 2 A's. Now, there should be a couple of people in your character section that you should be able to see. I don't know if you can actually see them. Did I set these up to... Actually, you haven't met them. That's probably why I haven't shown them to you. But they will be there later. I also created in the PC section, there are a few spare character sheets that are editable by everybody. If you need more, like, people grab them and start using them. Try not to use them if someone else is using them. Put your name, change the name, make it, colon core, colon whoever. And then if you want to have a spare character ready, that's probably a good idea.
In case you might die.
So last time I was nice to you. I purposefully avoided killing you. Gloves are off now. You can die. You got past your tutorial mission. This is the real deal. So there will be very few punches held from now on. All right. So you wanted to head to the archaeological site. If you still want to go there, you can make that decision and go there. Otherwise, what do you do?
I say we continue for that archaeological site. We may find additional assistance before we head back to Camp 4.
Agreed.
Sounds fair.
All right, who's driving right now? I think there are 2 of you with
I
drive.
think I was driving last time
I believe so.
we played.
Yep.
All right,
Yeah, let the drunk drive.
That's a great plan. All right, so you're driving, Jay. Charn walks over, he's still got the collar on, and he walks over and sort of sits near you, Cato, and he says, the Eric, I worked with him, or he served under me on Cato. He's a great tech priest. I'm sure he'll be interested to meet you.
I hope we can have some good conversation.
He says, I know that he's really As far as tech priests go, he's not the norm, but I think you'll like him. And so he sort of hems and kind of sits around. He's a little bit awkward. He's clearly not good with people. He's much better at like just being like fighting. He's not like very good at being social, but he's trying because he wants to like not die. So, all right. So you guys drive over to the archaeological site. I'm going to move the lumberjack there so we can keep track of where you are. And you show up at the archaeological site.
And that takes us a day. So
that takes you a day. So you get your toughness bonus and hit points back.
Yay!
All right, and so you park the lumberjack just outside of a small group of buildings. Now, there's more buildings, little outbuildings around, but this is clearly the main section. When you look at it, it looks like it's a tent. But if you were to get close to it, you would notice that it's actually very solid. It's not, even though it looks like fabric, it's actually some kind of very tough material that feels metallic. It's all white and sort of tented. It almost is like if you ever see Indiana Jones and you see the tents out there that are kind of flap in the breeze and they're bright white. They're on the sands of the desert. That's kind of what these look like. You can hear a lot of hustle and bustle around. There are obviously people here. There are obviously people working. In the distance, you see a servitor, which is this sort of drooling, stupid-looking, machine-ish thing that looks like a person. And you know that it was a person at one point, but now it's a automaton essentially. Where would you guys like to go? What would you like to do? Charn is with you, by the way. He stepped out of the lumberjack.
And he doesn't have that explosive collar on him anymore, right?
No, he still has the explosive collar on.
Okay.
Last I checked, Jay hadn't taken it off, and he's the only one who can. So,
I have not.
Okay.
Charn, who runs this place again?
Technically Lieutenant Crumb, but you really want to talk to Eric.
I think we should go talk to Eric then.
Fine.
So you're going to have to find him first.
I'm going to go explore.
All right, so Cato, you walk into stop moving for a second. You walk in and this is clearly a mechanicus shop. There's tools everywhere. It's a little bit messy. There's an engine seer standing right in front of you. And there's someone who's clearly a tech priest up against sort of the back wall. He's got implants and sort of mechadendrites that are, all over the place, picking things up, putting them down. Otherwise, tweaking with various little things that he's found. And neither of them notice you. They're just engrossed in their work. Angelos, you're walking over and you see on that table near you a bunch of, they look like they're just dirty things. But if you were to give them a closer inspection, you might be able to determine exactly what they are. The servitor is also there. He kind of comes up to you and just like mumbling, and like drools in your general direction.
I want to inspect what's on the table and try and figure out what it is.
All right. Do you have any lore? Any lore skills?
Aside from common, I don't think so.
I don't even see common lore. So you can make a lore check, a common lore check, but it'll be at half your intelligence.
Okay. And I would fail that.
All right, so you see these things. They basically just they look like dirty tablets. Like there's dirty tablets and little metallic-looking things. They're probably complicated, but you don't really know what they are.
Can I make a common lore tech check?
Sure. You can look for tech on the table. See what's there. You don't really recognize anything as being. You don't really recognize anything. It just looks like stuff. It's pretty dirty. It's kind of hard to tell. So it's maybe not surprising. The servitor looks very well constructed. You do notice that. And he's sort of now humming in your direction because he sees that you're obviously a tech priest, and he likes tech priests. He's maybe like he's like kind of up against your side, just like rubbing against you, drooling.
I'm not
we're
sure I'm
talking about
liking
Jay.
this or not.
Gerwulf and Jay, what are you guys doing?
Kind of chilling with Karn and making sure he doesn't blow up.
Yeah, I was hanging out here, but I think I'll go in there.
All right, Angelos, this is your job. I'm gonna go find this tech priest.
What, to look at this piece of junk?
Well,
Bullshit.
you looked first.
I was freaking curious. Bite me.
So do you want to try to get the attention of the engine seers in that shack there?
Yes.
All right. Do you want to get the attention of a particular one, or just like generally say, hi?
I'll just go general and see who responds to me.
So the guy right there turns around and he sees you, and he goes, "What do you want?" And his mechadendrites sort of like turn around. He doesn't, but one of his mechadendrites turns around and looks essentially at you. And can you roll a common a tech lore check? You don't know what it is, but you know that it's looking at you, and you know that it's a mechadendrite, but you can't identify what kind. But so he says, who the hell are you? What do you want?
What I want is to find the person responsible for tech stuff here.
That would be me. And he sort of like cocks his head to the side and goes, who the fuck are you?
You may call me Cato.
All right. My name's Second Lieutenant Eric. What the fuck you want? Why are you here?
We're looking to make modifications to a vehicle in our possession, specifically the installation of a stormbolter. Do you have the know-how to do such things?
I don't go around installing stormbolters for just anybody. But probably, yeah. I mean, you don't get to be a second lieutenant in the guard, like, if you don't know how to do basic stuff like that. I mean, why don't you know how to do that?
Sadly, it is beyond my skill at the moment.
All right. Well, you said your name's Cato?
That would be correct.
What unit are you with?
We are members of the Inquisition.
Oh, okay. So an Inquisitor. That explains why you don't know how to fit your own Stormbolter, right? All right. What are you trying to fit it on? I mean, you can't carry a Stormbolter around.
Would you like to come outside and inspect the vehicle?
Sure. Hang on one second. And he sort of walks over to his desk, and I'm gonna make it so you can control this guy. If I can. Oh, maybe I can't make it so you can control this guy. So you have met Eric. Let me move this up here. First, show to players. Show to players. Edit. Can be controlled by CPU Wiz. Okay. So you should all see that in your little character section. This is Second Lieutenant Eric Berg, and he will follow you. You can drag him around with you, Cato. So as he comes around the corner, which he will do momentarily, he sees Char and he goes, "Lieutenant!" And he sort of like props himself up and sort of stands more at attention. He goes, "Lieutenant, I didn't know you were coming. I didn't know these guys were with you. Since when did you start working for the Inquisition?" And Charin looks at him. He says, "I'm still with the guard, Eric. It's okay. These are my. Well, I guess technically they're my captors." And he goes, and Eric looks at him. He goes, "What do you mean captors?" And he says, "Well, I broke from Stannis." "You did what?" "Well, I broke from Stannis because I'm pretty sure he's working. I'm pretty sure he's turned." And Eric just looks dejected, and you can't tell necessarily, but you know he's dejected, but you don't know why. His mechadendrites sort of droop. He doesn't really show any expression on his face because most of it's metal at this point. But he looks over at the rhino and he looks at the collar on Charn's neck and he goes, Why do they have you captured?" And he goes, "Well, like I said, I broke from Stannis. They thought I was a traitor. I was hiding out at that outpost that we found pretty far north of here, and That's where they captured me. Oh, should I help them? And he goes, you should help them as much as you can. And so he just walks right over to the rhino and starts inspecting and trying to figure out what he can do to help you. So he's now totally engrossed with the lumberjack. And he says, if you need something, you should go find Dr. Gunsa. He'll help you. So what are you going to do, Cato?
I'm going to stay here and see if he requires assistance or if I can learn from what he's doing.
Okay. So you do have the tech ability, like you have the abilities to do what he's doing, the repairs that he's doing. You just didn't have the equipment. And so he sort of calls over Vox to the engine seer that was in the shop with him. And you all start, kind of flittering over the lumberjack. He notices that it was infected with something, and Charn says that's orc slime, essentially. And you guys start cleaning that out and applying all the right unguents and oils to sanitize the lumberjack. Angelos, what were you doing?
I moved back when I saw both Cato and the tech priest here go to the lumberjack to start installing the storm bolter. And I consequently started to help clean out the lumberjack.
All right, so you're helping as well in their scrubbing. All right, so do you, Gerwulf and Jay, do you want to go look for this Claudius Gunter guy?
Sure.
So I'm going to drag you, Gerwulf, right above you. I just want to see if this works. Right above you, you should see like a slight change in the wall. That's a door. If you click on that, can you click the toggle feature thing that'll pop up right next to the cursor?
No.
Okay, so that's a door. I can open that door. It's like a thing that can actually open. I don't think there's a way for me to make it so that you can actually control it, but I can open that door for you if you want. There's another one at the other sort of end of this U-shaped building.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So you open the doors, and there's a sort of slight, small man standing by a desk, and there's papers sort of strewn on all the walls. There's various little bits and bobs that have been cleaned but still have kind of dirt on them on the floors around you. It's a very messy little office, but it's clearly an office of some kind of researcher. And so the man there sees that the door open, and he goes, "Eric, come back later. I'm right in the middle of something. I really can't talk right now. I need to concentrate on what I'm doing."
Guess again, old man.
And he sort of snaps his head up and like is startled by the new voice, because this is a pretty small outpost, and he probably knows everybody here. And he looks over at you and he goes, "You're not Eric. Who are you? Why are you not Eric?"
Gerwulf.
Who's Gerwulf? I don't know any Gerwulfs. Why are you here?
Come out here and I'll show you.
And so he sort of like hesitantly walks over to you, and he doesn't move the doors, which I just did accidentally. But so he like hesitates, and he goes, what? Who are? I don't understand.
Calm
What's going
down
on?
and come on.
And so he sort of hesitantly continues to follow you, and hopefully I can stop. Oh, God, stupid! I mean, I'm deleting the doors. I don't like the doors.
Okay. I'll pretend that they're there.
Heresy!
Okay. So I deleted the doors. So he falls, and he sees everybody, and he sees Eric working on this vehicle, and it's clearly your vehicle because he doesn't recognize it. So he thinks everything's probably okay. But he shouts over to Eric and goes, "Eric, what's happening?" And Eric turns his little mechadendroid, the same one that he pointed at before, at you, Cato, and he says, "Everything's fine, Doc. Just go back to just answer their questions. They're fine. They're with me." And he says, "Oh, okay." And he sort of walks over with you and says, "What can I do for you? What do you need?"
Don't remember why we needed this one.
And so Charn sort of perks up and he says, this is the archaeological outpost. They're doing archaeoxenobiology, trying to understand what happened to this world. and you might want to ask him about what's going on here and what might be interesting here, and he might be able to help you with that.
I think we should find out if Stannis has been here and been in contact with anything.
That's a good question.
Should also ask the doc about the orc slime that we still have a sample of, considering we're scrubbing the lumberjack of it, and if we can use it or if it's really dangerous and we should fucking burn it.
And he hears you say, do you actually mention orc slime at all?
Yes.
So he hears you say orc slime, and he gets his eyes light up. He's like, oh, that sounds very interesting. And he like walks right over to you and stands right next to you because you have orc slime. You said you had a sample of orc slime. I really want to see this orc slime. That sounds really interesting.
I got
Which one of
orc
us actually
slime.
has the orc slime?
I got orc slime.
Give him the fucking orc slime, man.
He looks over at Angelos as he's clearly complaining about the orc slime, and he sees that you're almost covered in goop. It's not orc slime anymore. It's been sanitized, so it's just like this brownish, greenish, pukey looking liquid, and it's kind of all over you because you've been scrubbing out the lumberjack. Not exactly a regal appearance for you, Angelos.
You want the orc slime? Here, have the orc slime. I take the vial and I toss it at him.
And so he goes to try to catch it, but he like fumbles, and it falls on the ground and shatters.
Why did you toss it?
Why didn't he
and he
fucking
goes, oh, no,
catch
no,
it?
no, 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 no. And so he reaches into his pocket, and it's not really his pocket. It's sort of like a little belt, and he grabs this little device. It has a glowing globule on the end, and it's sort of this faint orange glow. And he goes and he reaches down and he grabs one of the bigger pieces of glass that had the orc slime on. It still has a pretty good amount on. And he takes the rest and he sort of aims his little globule thing that has like a handle and a trigger on it, and he shoots it at the ground, and a jet of flame just burns everything underneath in about a 3-foot diameter area. And it's completely like gone, just poof. And it's just clearly like some kind of flamer gun, flamer pistol. And he puts it back in his pocket, and he says, "It's all right. This will definitely be enough." And so he starts to just sort of stare at this intently and walk back towards his little office area. And he doesn't even bother to like say goodbye or anything. He's just going off with this orc slime.
That guy
Kind of
needs
a boring
drink.
conversation.
Say again, Cato.
Kind of a boring conversation. Is anyone going to maybe talk to him?
I'm gonna go try and take a bath or a shower since I'm covering it in his goop.
Eric hears that you're complaining about this, and he says, "There's some facilities over there," and he sort of points. It'd be off screen, but it's to your left, and so you go and find like some stall with some shower heads and stuff, and rinse off. And you're just soaked now. You don't have any more of the goop on you.
Yay.
And so Claudius is muttering, and you can hear him. He's muttering very loudly, and you're hearing clanking and stuff in that area. And he's going, "Oh, this is very interesting. Oh, the reactivity of this sample is so much higher than all the others." And da 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 da. He's just like rambling on.
We should probably go in there and find out what the fuck's going on. I'm actually gonna go over there.
All right, and Charn's going to follow you because he's pretty nervous about this collar. So he stays pretty close by.
And I'll go with the drunk.
All right, so you and Angelos and Jay and Charn are all heading over towards Claudius, and he's got like this array of things that if Gerwulf were over here, he would tell you they weren't there before. There's alembics and flasks and Bunsen burners, and it's as if he just produced this from nowhere. And he's got like all this stuff, flying all over the place. It's a very complicated setup. And he's analyzing this sample of green goo. And he goes, "This is stage 4 alpha orc fungus orc spores. This was pretty close to generating a small orc." Like proper, like it would have become an orc had you left it alone. And he's this is very concerning. Where did you find this?
We pulled that off some trees that somebody decided to shine a blue light at, and we fought a giant panther out in the woods.
Oh, that's very bad. The local wildlife really like very high frequency light spectra. They find it very attractive. They see in the ultraviolet, and so any sort of blue light is I can't advise that. That sounds very bad. And as he says that, you notice that everything around here is sort of like a very red glow to it. There's like red lights, and there's very yellowish, reddish glows, and it's very clear that they have figured this out. That a blue glow lamp is probably it's very attractive to all the local fauna.
Does that mean we can use other colored lamps and not have that happen?
That is not an unreasonable deduction, but I'm not saying yes or no.
What would you care? You just sleep through it again.
Not right now, I don't. I'm out of alcohol.
You'll produce it out of your ass like you did the last time.
And so as you say the word alcohol, this hulking behemoth of a man walks out the back of that back hall and into this office area, and he looks over at Claudius Gunter, and he says, "What's going on here? I heard someone talk about alcohol."
Do you have any?
I am waiting for our rations to come. I am down to my last bottle. And he's got like a bottle hanging off of his belt, and it just has 3 X's on it. And then underneath, he's clearly drawn 3 more X's. He's like, I made this myself from some of the plants I found outside. Dr. Gunther has helped me.
I want that bottle of alcohol.
So this guy, just so you know, he's about probably 7 feet tall. He also has an eviscerator chainsword. And he looks like he probably wouldn't part with that on friendly terms. But so he looks at you and he goes, were you the one who was talking about the alcohol?
I am the one that was talking about alcohol.
Do you have any?
Grossly out. No, I have none. I drank it all.
Oh, why do you not have any alcohol?
Because I drank it all.
That was foolish. If you did not drink it, then we could have drank it.
Well, can I at least have a sip out of your bottle?
No, it's mine. Maybe if you beat me at the game. I love games. We could play Geflüschgefeugen.
We play poker? Do we have a set of cards?
No. Here's how you play. Here's the game we want to play. It's called Geflüschgefeugen. And what you do is you take your Gevushka and your Voigen, and you just don't understand what he's saying. You don't even understand. He's just like, it sounds made up. This guy is clearly not very smart. And
I want to fill up. Is there like something that I can fill up my empty bottle with water?
Yeah, there's like faucets around, and you know.
I'm gonna do that, and then take the bottle and set it down in the corner of the room and tell him that it's alcohol, so he'll leave me alone.
All right. What corner of the room? Go ahead and All right. So you fill up your bottle with water, and you put it in that corner of the room, and you have to walk over there. He's going to follow you pretty closely. So he's following right behind you, and he goes, "What are you doing?"
We're going to play a new game.
A new game?
The game is, I'm going to set this bottle down, and you have to stare at it for an hour before you can drink it. Otherwise, it will kill you.
What kind of alcohol is that it will kill you?
It's special. You have to stare at it for an hour, otherwise it'll kill you.
That sounds like good alcohol. And so he stares intently. It sounds like you're trying to deceive.
Yes.
And I believe that there is that.
There is a deceive skill.
There is a deceive skill. Yes. So you need to roll against your fellowship, and you don't have it trained.
I do not.
So that should probably go on your list of things to do. Can you roll a deceive? Holy God.
Damn it.
That's enough for a partial success. So he sort of like looks at you, and he cocks his head to one side, and he goes, "I don't know if I believe you." And he calls over to the servitor. And the servitor like lumbers in fairly slowly. And he goes, "Servitor, come here." And it just sort of walks over to him, sort of drooling. And it says, "Here, try this." And he goes and he grabs the bottle, and he pours some into the servitor's mouth. And then he he caps it back off and hands it back to you, just sort of behind him. He doesn't even look at you, and he's staring very intently at the servitor. And he's waiting to see what happens. And he's completely engrossed with the servitor. He is like in a staring contest with the servitor as he does
I'm gonna
this.
sneak back out while he's playing with the servitor.
All right, so as you walk by, Gunter looks at you and goes, "What are you trying to do to Lieutenant Crumb? He's in charge here." I don't like
got
what
to
you're
be shitting me.
I don't like. Well, he technically speak. I mean, technically he's in charge, but everybody really listens to Eric.
I'm gonna go have a small chat with Eric.
All right, so you and Charn are gonna walk over to Eric, and so I'm gonna put Charn down there now. So Claudius is walking around, and he walks up to you, Gerwulf and Angelos. And he says, "You have a very advanced sample of orc slime, and it's very dangerous. I need to know where you got this precisely. I need to know the coordinates of where you got this on the planet. Can you please give me the coordinates? I really need the coordinates."
Why the fuck do you want
coordinates?
So part of I'm an archaeoxenobiologist with the Adeptus Administrorum, and I need to know where this is from. I really need to know.
Why do you care so much?
Who do you work for? Can you know this? I don't know if you can know this.
We work for the Inquisition.
Oh, okay. Well, so you should probably call the Astartes, because I think there might be an orc invasion coming. And he's like scratching his head really, really deeply, and he's very panicked about this, and he looks very agitated. And he's clearly very concerned, and he really wants to know where this orc slime came from.
Fine, here are the coordinates, and I proceed to give him the coordinates where we grabbed it.
And he goes, "Oh dear, this is much further than I expected. This is much further north than I'd expected. We've only tracked it to the south." And he sort of gestures over at some of his papers, and you can see on the wall there's this sort of hand-drawn map, and it's very well drawn. It's very clear that this guy, whoever drew this, is very skilled at cartography and at representing things visually. And so he points at this map and he says, "You see here's where we are." And he points to where you are on this map. And as he does that, you realize what it's a map of, because you kind of recognize the geography once you have that reference point. And he says, "Here's where the furthest south that we've tracked the slime, and the furthest north. Your sample came from here." And he points way outside of this circle of where he's tracked these various orc sightings, of this orc slime sightings. And he says, we started our dig site here because this was the center of where we found it, and we believe that there are some ruins underneath that may contain clues as to where this came from and how we can stop it. It's very important that we stop it. Orcs are very mean." And he just sort of like looks at you blankly and blinks a little bit.
I say we go on an expedition to these ruins and see what we can find.
Oh, that would be wonderful. If on the bench outside, there are many artifacts that I haven't cleaned yet. The servitor was supposed to organize them for me. There are many things there that might be useful.
Like what?
I don't know. I haven't cleaned them yet. I haven't examined them.
I called a Cato to go and examine some of these artifacts that I was unsuccessful in identifying.
And so he walks over to you, Angelos, and he like grabs your arm and drags you with him over there, and he like starts picking up these little artifacts and showing them to you. He goes, "See, this could be a thing that shows you where all the orcs are, or it could just be a rock. I don't really know." And he puts it back down. He's sort of like excitedly showing you all the dozens of little uncleaned artifacts there. And Gerwulf, what would you like to do?
I'll follow them.
Okay. So as he's showing you these things, he goes, a light sort of turns on in his mind, and he gets very excited. And he goes, "Oh, but I have to show you the biggest thing that I found. I found a thing that it's very large. It's a very large thing. It looks very interesting, and it looks like a piece of archaeotech." And he looks very excited. Now, Cato, can you roll a perception test at +20, please?
Let me get over there first.
Well, so no, you can't. No, because you haven't necessarily heard this. That's what we're checking.
Oh, okay.
I want to see if you heard the words archaeotech.
Perception?
Yes.
Perception +20.
So you hear the words archaeotech, and your ears perk up. And Eric goes, "Oh God, not this again." But what would you like to do?
I think I'll go over there and see what they're talking about.
All right. So Gunter starts dragging Gerwulf and Angelos around this corner. And he enters this room, and there's a few troopers and an engine seer or two, and there's a table in the... Oh, God, stupid doors. I fucking hate these doors. I'm never using them again. So he drags everyone around. There's a couple of troopers who are sort of like mulling around. They're probably just the stationary guard that's here to make sure this outpost doesn't get overrun by fauna. There's an engine seer looking at this large cylindrical object. It's probably 9 or 10 feet long. The cavity within it could probably fit. It's actually probably more than that. I'd say it's like 12 feet long, and the cavity within it could fit a 9 or 10 foot person. It's clearly designed for a 9 or 10 foot person. It's very wide, and it has 2 doors that sort of clamshell open, and it's open right now. And he points at it and he goes, "This is. I think this is some piece of orc technology." And he sort of points at it because it's kind of falling apart, which is characteristic of orc technology, he tells you. But he's not really sure, and he found it in the ruins. Cato, would you like to ask any specific questions about this piece of tech?
Could you maybe give a little explanation as to where you found this, if there's anything else around it?
He says that he found this it's actually in the extreme edge of a different dig site, and he brought it with him because he wanted to see if he could find another one, as that would indicate that this at some point was an orc world that had some disaster happen and kill all the orcs on it. So he brought it with him from a site that is very, very far to the west of here.
Has Eric had a chance to look at this?
Oh, Eric has looked at it. He thinks it's junk. He thinks it's nothing. He doesn't think anything of it at all. He thinks it's just metal that someone made into a sculpture. He doesn't even notice he doesn't think there's any tech here. But I think it's a piece of archaeotech. I think it's really archaeotech. And he sort of like fidgets with some panels and pushes it aside. And you see like the glint of copper wiring. That's sort of like worn down over time. He says, "See, this is why I think it is. You can see the copper. The copper means that it's machines."
Maybe.
Would you like to investigate this further and more closely?
Before I do look at this, Angelos, do you sense anything? Does this seem okay to you?
I want to roll a perception test on that, if I can.
Okay. Let me pull up my list of non-combat actions. So you're going to roll a perception test. Since your awareness. I think that's probably the right one.
Wait, awareness? Okay. Wait, I see.
You're doing an awareness test, which is against your perception. So you can ask me no questions. You hard failed that.
Yes, I did.
So you don't really notice anything in particular. It's hard to concentrate though. There's a lot of noise around, and there's a lot of people sort of mulling around this object, and a lot of there's a lot of people around, so there's a lot of psychic phenomena going on, like psychic entities moving about the area. It makes it hard to concentrate, makes it hard to really focus, to sense if this thing is good or evil, or otherwise tainted by the warp.
So I tell Cato, I can't sense anything. There's too much interference around this place to me to be able to sense anything properly.
It's probably fine. I'll go take a peek, see what I can see.
All right, would you like to roll a common lore tech, please? And you see the same wires, but you kind of come to the same conclusion that that Eric did. You're not really sure if this is technology or not, but you see that there are wires and buttons and things that are usually associated with technology here. If you want to investigate those wires further, you can make a tech use test to see if you can kind of take it apart a little bit.
No, I'm gonna talk. What was this guy's name again? I've already forgotten.
The guy right below you is Claudius Gunter, Dr. Claudius Gunter. I'll put him in your... Yes. What isn't it? Can't you see it's tech? It's very clearly tech.
So I've looked at it and I can't quite tell what it is. I would like to investigate it further, which would mean taking it apart, but there are some risks in doing that.
Oh, taking it apart. I don't... Well, we have done extensive drawings and studies. I think we could identify it again. Can you roll a fellowship test, please? Me? And he's sort of like, yeah, you, Cato. He's sort of hemming and hawing, and he's not really sure if he should do it or not. He looks at you and he says, I think you can do it, but I really need it. I need it to be put back together. It needs to be intact if we need to compare it. If you take it apart and it breaks, do you think you could fix it?
Since I don't know what it is, my ability to fix it might not be very good.
Well, I think, and he sort of ponders for a minute and he says, well, if you think you could try really hard to fix it, then I think you could take it apart. And if you can't fix it after trying really hard, then I guess that'd be okay. But you'd have to stay for at least a day. You'd have to stay for at least a day and try to fix it. And so what he's offering you is you can take this apart, but if you fail and you break it, you and the party, because I'm not going to just say you have to sit still and not do anything for the rest of the session, will have to stay here for a day while you try to repair it and give it a good effort. If you stay here for a day and try to repair it, you'll be able to try to repair it at like a plus 30. So you have a pretty good chance of repairing it after a day. But if you fail, you're going to waste a day here.
Gonna talk to the party. Brothers, thoughts?
And you can call on comm beads. Everybody can hear you, so you don't have to actually physically walk over here.
Go for it.
Doesn't matter to me.
Do it up.
Hey, Jay Kwellin, can you send Eric my way? Maybe he can assist me in taking it apart.
I will do that. And I was going to ask Eric anyway, who put SS Down syndrome in charge of this camp?
SS Down syndrome? Oh, you mean Gunther? No, he's not in charge. Crumb's in charge. But everybody kind of talks to me if they need something, because Crumb's kind of dumb, and like you said, he's SS Down syndrome. So he's just the civilian guy. He's with us. He's doing the research. We sort of run the shop. And so he's, diligently working on the Storm Bolter, and, taking it apart and putting it back together very deftly, as you're talking to him.
I just got a call over comm beads. They're over there with the doc trying to take something apart. They were asking for your help.
Oh, you mean the big fucking thing that Doc's all crazy about?
Yep.
Yeah, you guys get... If he wants to take it apart, that's fucking fine. It's a piece of junk. It doesn't work. There's nothing there. Machine spirit's totally fucking dead.
So, they were asking for your help. Are you too busy? Because I can call back and tell them.
Well, I mean, you have an option. I can work on your Stormbolter, or I can work on that. That's a useless piece of junk. This is a fucking Stormbolter.
I'm going to call back for a second. He's wanting to work on the Stormbolter, and he's calling that thing a big piece of junk. So what do you want him to work on, guys?
Stormbolter. We know that'll kill something.
All right, so that makes sense.
So
we'll leave you to your work.
Yeah, he sort of hears the hum, and he's got these enhanced hearing, so he can actually hear the hum from your comm beads. And he chuckles as you all just unanimously say Stormbolter, and goes back to work. You don't even talk to him. He's engrossed in what he's working on. So, Cato, are you going to try to take this thing apart?
Yeah, let's try it.
All right, roll a tech.
Let's take Chart over there by him so we can be part of the fun stuff.
Okay. You have configured such that as long as you say his collar doesn't blow up, he will not blow up. Just so you know. So I'm not going to try to keep track of how far he is from you at any given point in time.
Actually, that's a good point. I'm going to put it up to a group vote about taking the explosive collar off because he's been pretty chill.
Charn looks at you as he realizes what you're calling a meeting. It's clearly going to be about him, and he looks at you and says, I would like to step outside so that you can have this conversation in private. I'm going to go stand with the trooper out there. And so he stands with the trooper outside while you guys talk.
So far, I'm okay with taking off the explosive collar, but we should still be alert of anything he may try.
I don't see a reason to take it off.
I too am a bit hesitant. Chaos can work its ways in many subtle actions.
Fair enough. I'm indifferent, so we'll leave it on for now.
Okay,
All right.
I'm gonna try to take this apart then.
All right, so roll your techies.
Don't fuck it up.
I really...
Oh,
yes. All right. Do you want to fate point this, or do you want to hear what you do to this thing?
I will be right back. I really need to pee in real life.
I'll contemplate. Nah, fate points are for wimps.
All right, so you reach in over that little panel of wires that you saw, and you tear off, like just grab and rip the panel off and start futzing around with the wires, pulling them out, mussing with them a little bit. You have clearly broken this thing. You're still not really sure if it's actually tech or not, if it actually still has some semblance of the machine spirit living in it. But you haven't broken it substantially yet. You can fix this pretty easily right now. If you want to keep investigating, you can roll another tech use test. This time at a +10, because you've learned a little bit about the device.
I think I'm. What do you
going.
think, party?
You've already broken it. Might as well go until it's broken or you understand it.
Angelos is outside peeing, so he has turned off his comm beads for the moment, so he abstains from this vote.
Yeah, do it to it.
All right.
Can't break it any worse.
I'll keep looking.
Let's roll another tech use, this time at +10.
Well, it did something.
So I'm sorry, it didn't bleep at me, so I didn't notice that you rolled it. All right, so you sort of reach down and grasp around some wires and cross them very, very carefully, and you notice the slightest little spark. There's clearly some amount of power left in this machine, but it's very, very weak and very small amount of power. You think that if you were able to hook this up to a relatively decent power source, you could probably at least get some panels to turn on, maybe figure out how to load it up so you can see maybe what it does.
2 questions. Is
Sure.
my glow lamp a sufficient amount of power source?
No. You're going to need something like main power, like a plug
lumberjack?
in a wall.
Don't dare
so,
turn
I
on
mean-
that fucking blue lamp.
So he hears you mention blue lamp, Claudius, and he goes, "Oh no, don't turn on the blue lamp. The blue lamp's very bad. It attracts big panthers with very sharp claws." And he just sort of like trails off. So he looks at you and he goes, "What did you find? Did you find anything interesting? I think I smell ozone. Did you spark something?"
So, there was a little bit of a spark. I'm still not quite sure what this is, but if you had some power we could hook it up to, we might yet learn more.
And he screams, and I'm not going to do this in his Down syndrome-y voice. I suppose actually more like Asperger's-y voice. He screams over for Lieutenant Crumb to come over, and Crumb kind of comes bounding down the hall.
I'm going to
And
go
you
hide
go-
outside.
So you do that before he arrives around the hall.
Yeah.
And he goes, "What is it, Gunter? I'm waiting for the servitor to die." And Gunter looks at him and he goes, "Why are you waiting for the servitor to die? Don't wait for the... never mind. We need power. Do you have power? I need the generators." The generators. Engineer, and he looks over at the engineer on the other side of the stasis pod from him. Go retrieve the holy generators. And so the engineer runs off, and he brings back this sort of giant box, and a couple of his mechadendrites are holding it with his arms. And he drops it next to you, Cato. And there's this big box, and it's clearly the Emperor's most holy of electrical power generators. And inscribed on it is an Imperial Aquila and the holy symbol for high voltage. And Crumb kind of wanders off back towards the servitor.
Okay, Doctor, before I try to hook this up, I might suggest everyone except me achieve a safe distance.
Do you want to try to drag this to the shed? Like have him move it to the shed?
Oh, Doctor, can we move this first, actually?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's on a grav pallet. I think we can move it.
Let's move it. I'm concerned what will happen when we hook it up.
All right, so you activate the grav pallet this thing rests on. I'm going to move it for you because I don't want to just try to figure out how to give you control of an unnamed token. But so you and Gunter and the pallet all kind of get pushed through the doors, around the corner, and towards the shop there. And Eric shouts over as he sees this thing come around. He goes, "Doc, what are you doing with that thing? Don't put that in my shop again." Oh, God, what the fuck? And he goes,
Eric.
Yeah? What do you need?
There was a little bit of a spark. There's still something to be seen in this device.
Wait, you telling me you got some... You saw some of the machine spirit in that?
I hesitate to say that. I will say something happened that I was not expecting.
Well, if you got a spark... You told me you couldn't fix a Stormbolter, but you got a spark out of that thing? All right, if you think it'll help, go ahead, take it in my shop. That's fine. It's plasteel lined, so if it blows up, you probably won't kill anybody else. That's going to be a plus. And so you push, Gunter pushes this thing in sort of effortlessly on this grav pallet, and then turns it off in the middle of this shop.
Did we bring the power thing with us?
You brought the power thing with you. You kind of like loaded it into the stasis pod and pushed the whole thing over. There's a very large hookup on the side of the wall that's relatively empty. It looks like a normal power outlet, but it's about 4 times larger. And it also has the holy symbol of the Emperor for high voltage.
Okay, everyone, I'm going to try to hook it up. Is everyone at a safe distance?
I'm just off sleeping in a corner.
I'm watching what's-his-face work on our vehicle.
Okay, I'm going to try to hook it up.
So Gunter sort of steps just outside and around the corner, but he's poking his head right around just so he can kind of see, sort of like sneaking around the corner a little bit. So you want to try to hook it up?
Indeed.
All right, roll a tech use test. And actually, hooking it up to power is pretty easy. You hook up the leads.
Is it now?
So go ahead and make that at a plus 20.
So I already made it.
What did you roll there?
And the
well,
plus
that would not
21
make it a success. So you plug this thing into the wall, and power surges into the generator. The generator amplifies the power, and it plugs into the... you had hooked it up to a couple of wires that you thought were the main power lines. But it turns out that you got the polarity wrong on the plug in the wall. You actually got it right everywhere else, but you plugged it wrong from the generator to the wall. Can you please roll a toughness test? You get a really bad shock from this. Can you please roll 2d10 minus 5? You take 2 wounds. Ignore all armor and all toughness. So you get a really
Okay.
nasty shock, and you realize immediately what you did wrong. And so you rip it out of the wall as hard as you can. The lights kind of in the area kind of dim and then come back. And Eric goes, "The polarity goes the other way, you idiot." And you can try again if you'd like with the polarity fixed. Since the polarity is fixed, you can take another plus 10. So it's plus 30 total.
Okay, I'm gonna try again. Sets attack use plus 30.
Yep. So you plug it in just fine, and the
Yes.
generator whirs, and it connects. The connection leads into it. You clearly have powered on this device. You hear some whirring. You see a little smoke pour out of the device. Some dust or whatever has bridged a circuit somewhere, you think. And you notice that you hear some sparks and smell ozone again. And a small panel on the top of the device, the part closest to you right now, comes on, and it has some runes on it that you understand to mean like a booting sequence. Can you roll a common lore tech, please? And you notice immediately that this piece of technology is very old. It's probably from the 31st or 32nd millennium. It's quite old. In fact, you're pretty sure that this is a chamber that was used by the Imperium. If you investigate further into the technology of the device, you might be able to identify what it is.
I'm gonna go and call Eric.
So Eric hears you call for him, and he sort of starts to walk over, and he notices that he smells that ozone too, and he hears the sort of sparking, and he goes, "What did you do to get it working?" And I totally forgot his accent there, but that's fine.
I plugged it in.
Wait, how did you plug it in? Where'd you plug it in? Show me. And he sort of like inspects all of your work, and he goes, "Oh, you tried that wire. I would have never thought of that, because that's got to be from like the 30. That's old. That's really old. No one's done that in 8,000 years." And he's staring at the device, and he's futzing with it and trying to identify what it is. If you want to try to identify what it is with his help, it'll be common lore tech at a plus 20.
All right, I'm gonna try to do that.
Okay. You rolled that at a plus 20?
Yes.
So you guys are stumped. You don't know what it is. As you look at it further, you see some more runes, and you find a couple of things, but nothing that seems very clear. And the gas keeps pouring out of this thing, and you're not really sure where the gas is coming from at this point, because at first it would make sense if it was just coming off of burnt circuits. But there's more than just ozone now, and you're not really sure. What you do know is that it's cold.
I don't know. Eric, this gas is a little worrying. Maybe we should try shutting it off.
All right, if you want to try to unplug it, that's one option. You could also try to shut off the generator. Both of those options are equivalent. The difference is what will happen if you fail. So you can try either one, and it'll be a tech use test. And again, at plus 20, because you have Eric's help.
Does anyone in the party could maybe identify this gas?
Does anybody have what lores do people have? I actually don't know. I just sort of
Not me.
You don't have any lore? You might
I got Arbites and Imperium.
So you have Arbitrator and Imperium. Yeah, that probably wouldn't help. I mean, so tech lore might be applicable. You might know what a particular gas is based on your particular implants and what you learned about machines. It is, after all, gas that's coming out of a machine. Let's see, what else might be applicable here? I mean, anybody can roll any, just like an awareness check, or like just a generic perception check to see if they've seen something before. That's totally fine. If people want to try it, you want to call them over. You can also get other people over here just to help out in general with tech use stuff. You can have them hold wires or generally help out. So if you want to call some people over for more help, that's fine.
Yo, people, get over here. I need help.
And I don't hear it because I'm still passed out asleep in the middle of the building.
Are you calling over comm beads or via voice?
Yeah, comm beads.
So, Angelos, can you roll a awareness check, please? Actually, let's make that a willpower check. I want to see if you have the will to stay asleep. Yeah, so you stay asleep. You don't hear anything. You don't wake up. You just sort of dozed off in a corner.
Okay, Angelos isn't speaking, but this machine is pouring out some gas that I'm not sure of. I'm a little concerned. I think we might want to shut it off.
Have we tried turning it off and on again?
We have not tried that, but we could.
Let's do that.
Okay.
So,
let's
do
try
you
to
want to
shut it off.
search? Do you want to search for? So, when you say turn it off, do you mean pull the power, or do you want to search for a way on the device to turn it off?
You said we're able to see if we've maybe seen something like that before, right?
Yeah. So you can make. Normally, you can't. Lore is technically an advanced skill, but I'll say that you can make at an intelligence check at half your intelligence to see if you notice what this gas is just from life, like just knowing stuff.
All right, I'll try it.
In fact, you should all. Anybody in that room should try it. Except for Cato.
Which check is it?
It's against half your intelligence. Just roll 1d100, and if it's more or less than half your intelligence. Yeah, so logic will work. Actually, that's a good point. It's the right test.
With
yeah,
an intelligence
yeah,
modifier.
It's the right test, not the right name, but that's fine. So, Core, go ahead and click the logic button. Core. Did I lose you?
All right, that was fun.
What happened?
Can you hear me? My headset died just as you said, all right, cool.
Go ahead and click the logic button on your character sheet.
Logic button.
It should be
It's,
the little number at the very end of it.
Yeah.
It'll do half your intelligence check.
Yeah, it'll say 16.
Wait, where'd you say it was?
Under basic skills.
It's
Evaluate would work too.
It's like fifth from the bottom.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah, click that little 16. Alright, so neither of you noticed what this gas is, and there was very little chance of that happening in the first place. Cato, did you want to look for a power switch on the device, or do you want to try to pull it from power?
Let's try to find the power switch.
Is there any open flames that we need to be worried about around here?
Nope, there's the room is safe. You could test if the gas is flammable.
I'm not doing that. Fuck that.
Actually, are you smoking right now?
I'm not.
Good. So go ahead and make a. I guess this is probably another tech use test. I'm going to go ahead and say tech use test, Cato.
Do I get a bonus because Eric is here?
Yeah, you're both searching the device. In fact, everybody's searching the device, so go ahead and take plus 10 from Eric and plus 5 from each of the other two. So that's total plus 20. If only Angelos were here, it would be plus 25. Which actually might have made a difference. So you don't find anything that looks like a power switch. And as you look, you kind of realize that it makes sense. If this thing is really 8,000 years old, chances are you're not going to find anything that looks like an actual power switch that you would use today.
Okay. I think so. I can't find a power switch, guys. I think we should just pull the plug.
Do it. Let's make sure to plug it in right this time.
All right, so you want to try to pull the plug, Cato?
Yes.
Are you trying to pull the plug from the wall, or are you trying to take the power off of the generator?
From the wall.
Okay. So you walk over to the wall. Can you give me a... let's do something different. Let's do a strength test. Are you asking for help to pull it from the wall?
Can I ask for help?
You can ask for help for anything.
I guess I wouldn't, so if I could do it from a meta conversation, I wouldn't need help unless I couldn't do it, right?
You might ask for help if you think you couldn't do it. I mean, it's a pretty big
No, I think
cord.
I can do it.
All right, make a strength test. So you reach down and pull at this thing, but it's kind of stuck in the wall. There's kind of an induced magnetic field that's occurred because of all the electricity rolling around. And so you struggle at it and clearly are pulling very hard. Cato walks over to try to help you. If you want to continue pulling, you can take it at a +10.
I walk over to help myself?
I'm sorry, Eric. Eric walks over to try to help you pull it from the wall.
Alright, I'm going to try to pull it again.
So you make it at a +10. So you sort of start to see it give a little bit, but it's still not coming out. The induced magnetic field is pulling it back together.
Kwellin, get over here.
You guys need to get your fucking Wheaties on.
All right, so Jay, what's your strength bonus? Your
2.
strength 2. Wow, you guys are weak. You two have the same strength bonus. That's crazy. All right, so you can make it another +10, so I think it's total +20. All right, so you managed to rip this thing out of the wall, and it you kind of all plop back on each other and tumble to the floor. It doesn't look like the generator has turned off, and it also doesn't look like the stasis, or the pod has turned off.
Okay, that was not the expected result.
Is this thing generating its own power?
You might want to ask your tech priests that.
That's kind of what I was asking.
I mean, if we unplugged it, that was the only power source I knew about, and so there must be another power source. And
This
thus,
thing's got
I
an
think you're correct.
Energizer Bunny in it.
So as you're talking, you hear a voice, sort of a hollow metallic voice, start spouting off some numbers, and it says, "Boot sequence completed."
Do you hear that,
That's
Eric?
the scariest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Eric's, oh yeah, I heard it. Take a look at this panel, and he points at and taps on the panel that was showing like the runes that you recognized as a boot sequence before. Do you want to try to take a look at that panel?
Yes.
So you look at the panel, and it's now backlit, and it's much clearer, and it says on it Adeptus Astartes in big bold letters, and underneath it says auto vivification stasis preservation device. And can you roll a common lore tech if you don't already know what that means? And then I'll give you a human out of character human translation for it.
I think I do, but I'm going to anyways.
Okay. So you don't get that. You can try to guess at what it is, and based on what I said so far, but I'm not going to give you any out of character explanation for it.
Well, I was not expecting to read that on this thing. This is certainly an interesting find, Doctor.
And Eric looks at you and goes, "I'm not a doctor. I work for a living, but that says Adeptus Astartes, and those are fucking space marines. I guess that makes sense given that it's 9-10 feet inside, or 2 or 3 meters inside. But this thing is for a space marine, not for an orc."
Do you see any chapter markings on this? Would it have any?
If you all want to do a search check, you can all do search checks, and you can all do them at +10 because you're all helping each other. So all 3 of you in the room.
Where did Gerwulf go?
Gerwulf appears to be outside.
I'm
Gerwulf,
watching
get back
him.
here.
I'm not leaving him alone.
Fine.
I'll go back, but I'm gonna come back out here when I'm done.
The engine seer is just he's still working on the Stormbolter. He's
That's what I don't trust.
One of his mechadendrites has actually like grabbed a rag and he's scrubbing the side of the lumberjack and like polishing it.
For now.
He only has 2 mechadendrites though. He doesn't have like as many as Eric does.
Worthless.
So are you all searching?
Yeah, what are we searching for? Nobody
You're
filled me in. I
searching
was
for
outside.
markings of any kind.
Oh, sure.
So go ahead and Cato, you can make 2 searches, one for you and one for Eric at +10. Everybody else can also make a search check at +10. That should be a basic skills against your perception. So you don't notice any particular markings. There's various little markings, but nothing that looks like a chapter marking.
Can we call the
nothing that you
doc in
recognize.
and make him search too?
Absolutely.
Hey Doc, come in here and take a look at this thing and see if you can find any markings on it.
So he comes in, and being a member of the Adeptus Administrorum, he has advanced degrees in archaeoxenobiology, xenolore, and other various official degrees and so on. And he gets underneath this big long tube, and he goes, "Oh yes, of course. There's a marking on here. If you just look underneath, you can see that at the whole time it looks there. And what you see is a large fist. It looks like just the sort of from the wrist up, and it's a curled fist, and it's all black, and it's set in a field of yellow, like brilliant yellow that hasn't actually faded at all. The rest of the machine looks kind of rusty, but this part is totally perfectly preserved."
As I seem to recall, the fists are they Imperial fists, Doctor?
That seems right. This seems like the Imperial Fist. This is the original symbol of the Imperial Fist. It's changed subtly over time. Over time, it's gone from having 3 knuckles to having 2 knuckles. Showing. And he like shows you very, very deftly. He's like pointing at all the little knuckles, and he's saying, "See, you can see there are 3. This puts it at this time." And he gives you like a very precise date that you don't really catch, but you can tell that it's old, an older date.
Do you know of any Space Marine deployment on this planet?
Oh no! We only just rediscovered this planet. We don't even know who was here before us.
The plot has thickened greatly.
Why the hell is there orc slime and fucking marines here?
And Dr. Gunter sort of perks his head over the side, and he goes, I thought you were the Inquisition. You're supposed to know the answers to that. Why would there be orcs here? That's your job." And he drops his head right back underneath before you can respond to him. And Eric's looking at this thing, and his jaw is sort of dropped. Well, if he had a jaw, it would have dropped. He doesn't really have one anymore. It's just a Vox communicator. And he's looking at it, and he goes, "Space Marines on Pratellis? Orcs on Pratellis? The fuck is going on this planet?" And he goes, "So if this is for the Adeptus Astartes, it's for the Imperial Fists. What would they need this for? What does it do? We got to figure out what it does." And he starts tapping on the screen a bit, and he sort of beckons for you to come over, Cato, and try to figure out with him what's going on. If you want to try to investigate the menus of this machine and click through the panel, you can make another tech use test.
All right, I'm going to try to do that.
At +10 because you have Eric's help. And so you sort of are working with Eric, and Eric goes, "Why don't we try this menu?" And you're like, "Oh no, why don't we try this menu?" And you're sort of bickering back and forth a little bit. And Gerwulf, you walk over and look at the panel, and you just press something, and you don't really know what it does, but you just press it, And
Sounds like me.
And both Eric and Cato are taken aback, and then they look at the screen and notice that you pulled up the information menu. And it has like a full description of what this device is and what it does.
I'm going to play it
says,
off like I knew what I was doing.
So as they're looking and reading through this, you see that it says the auto-vivification stasis preservation device. And I'm not actually sure if that was the name I gave it before because I made it up on the fly, but bear with me. Is a device for preserving and repairing members of the Adeptus Astartes in deep space transit, and for preserving them for long deployment missions where they may not all be needed at the same time. So essentially, out of character, what this device is designed to do is preserve. It's a cryotube. A space marine would get in it. There'd be a small guard that stays awake, and you take shifts essentially just like you would with any other guard, except that the length of the watch might be in the span of a few hundred years, and then you would rotate. So this appears to be a stasis cryotube used by the Imperial Fists. So Eric and Cato. Eric is taken aback. He's I don't. What is this? Why would the Imperial Fist be here and so long ago? Clearly, we've been here before. This has nothing to do with the orcs.
I'm gonna use my Vox beads to try to wake Angelos again.
All right, Angelos, can you take a willpower test, please? You awake rapidly. I actually think I probably should have inverted that before. Failure should have been you woke up, but regardless, you wake up now, and you wake up with a start. What do you say?
What the fuck do you want, Cato?
You should get over to this little shack thing. We've made some interesting discoveries in your slumber.
Like what?
Space Marines, that sort of stuff.
The fuck's Space Marine technology doing on this planet? Hold on. And I walk over to the shed with this stuff.
Where's the other one?
Yeah.
That one.
He's still waking up.
We're over
He's still
here,
waking
buddy.
up.
So
Gave me
did
shit
they
for sleeping
eliminate
through
the
a fucking
orcs?
panther fight.
I just woke up, you filthy drunk.
Hey, I'm a clean drunk. There's no dirt on me.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
And so Claudius hears you two arguing, and he goes, "Oh, please don't fight! Please don't fight! There's a piece of technology here, and it might even be Adeptus Astartes, and the Emperor wouldn't like it if you fought."
Fine. So what are we doing here?
I'm just teaching them how to use this.
And Eric kind of flashes a glance at you. Well, he would flash a glance if he had eyes to flash a glance with. But he clearly is a little bit perturbed at that. His mechadendrites kind of stiffen and point at you and then look away in a huff.
Don't piss off the natives, man.
And so Eric goes, I don't know why Space Marines would be here, but now we have two problems, and I don't like having two problems.
There were orcs and then there were space marines.
Apparently they're both. So
Sounds
Eric
like-
says, "We found this. We brought this from this other site. I can give you coordinates for that. You might want to go look there. There were some other copies of this. This was just the one that was in the best condition that we found."
Let's go take a
We'll
look,
take those
guys.
cords.
So he marks on your map, or he sort of gives you the coordinates for the original site where they found this.
Why don't we
So
go
what would
take
you
a look?
guys? So what would you guys like to do?
I want to go check out this site.
Find some Space Marines?
We
There's
still
still
have
the
the
ruins to
unresolved
look at.
question of Stannis.
It's true.
At this point, considering Stannis may be a member of Chaos, I say he can wait.
Do you think we can trick Stannis into sending some of his guards to help us?
I think you can try.
I think I'll want a body first.
I'm gonna note that tricking someone is a deceive check, and none of you have deceive trained. Just as a note.
We're gonna have to send them to a different site rather than where he sent us.
Okay, maybe that's not such a great idea.
By the way, did you all spend your XP from Thursday?
I didn't.
Yes.
I didn't
did.
spend
I have
all of
not.
it. I've still
Just
got
noting.
some left.
If you want to spend that, we can take a break in half an hour or so, and you can spend that, and then we can continue.
I don't want to spend mine.
I spent mine.
Still got like 275. I haven't, but I got a couple things because I didn't buy much with my first. Before we started, I bought basically nothing.
Okay.
So I'm good either way, and as long as I can do that while we're going, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, I actually was buying a couple abilities and stuff when we were just starting up.
Yep. So make sure, the only thing to make sure of is that you keep track of the total XP you've earned. So if you keep track of amount spent and amount has, like to spend, that determines your rank. And as your rank changes, you can get access to different skills, and you also will get some more personal influence for buying stuff later.
And we were all onto the second one, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes.
I think the next
Second rank
rank
up to
is
the
like
first.
1,000 to 2,000 or something like that. So you should be coming up on it soon, in any case.
Yeah, I'm at like 775.
All right, so did you guys decide to do anything yet, or are you still discussing?
I'm good
Still
with
discussing.
fucking hitting up the ruins and making Stannis wait.
Yeah.
He's not going to go anywhere.
So there are the ruins that Gunter is inspecting that's on site. You wouldn't have to travel to get to them. The Space Marine, the site that they think the Space Marines might be at, the place where they found the stasis pod, that is a couple days' drive away.
Is the Stormbolter installed at this point?
It'll take another. I mean, you can ask Eric, and he'll tell you.
Eric, what's the status of the Stormbolter?
He goes, well, there's a problem. And he looks at you and he goes, you're missing a part. You see, it's twin-linked and it's a Stormbolter. So when a Stormbolter, and he gives you a very technical explanation of what's wrong. And he's basically asking for the part that you have.
Oh, the one I have in my pouch inventory?
Yeah, the one that you got from the outpost. And he
Yeah.
goes, so, you need
AFK
this
for
thing.
a second. I'll be right back.
That's fine. So he goes, you need this part that's it's the alternator between the two magazines. When you load them, because it's belt fed, you need an alternator to make sure that you load each one independently. And if it's twin link, then you actually have four, and so you got to have like two of these things. And now one of them's working, but the other one's not. And so he's just rambling at you and trying to explain the problem.
Right. I understand the problem, Eric. I probably should have given you that part before we started.
Oh, you have one. Oh, yes. That's going to take. Oh, it'll probably take another hour or two. It's not going to take. I'll have it done by tonight. Maybe a little faster if you give me a hand.
I think I should give him a hand.
Yes, you should. By that I mean watch him.
And you can go look at the ruins nearby.
So do you want to... that's interesting. So the ruins nearby, they're only... if you want to ask Claudius, he will tell you this. I'm just going to give it to you because I want you to know. The ruins are only about one level deep. They're just basically some buildings, some structure. I don't have a map for them, so we're just going to do it abstractly. But the three of you could go without Cato, and just have Cato on Vox. You're within Vox range. If you need the extra help, he'll be able to show up in a round or two.
A lot
if you
less
got into some
likely to
trouble.
get grenaded.
It's true.
Yeah, I say we go check out the local ruins, and then we can take off the next day for the Space Marine ruins.
Are you going to leave Charn here, or are you going to bring him with you to the ruins?
I say we leave him here for now. Is anyone opposed to that?
Leave Charn?
Yeah. Leave him behind for now.
I don't see
He'll
why
keep me
not.
company.
Worst case scenario, we can always blow up his head.
So Butch is actually AFK for the moment, so he probably has something to say about this when he gets back.
We'll talk amongst ourselves.
Because they're
then.
besties.
Because they are besties. Well, they're besties by necessity because I'm pretty sure Charn doesn't want to have his head blown off.
That's true. That's the only reason to tolerate Jay.
Are we able to contact Thoraxis?
You can contact the Inquisitor. You would have to. He's off-world, so you'd have to make an astropathic message. So you'd actually probably have to go back to Camphor to talk to the astropaths. Okay. So it is possible to contact Jay, but you have to go through Camphor to do it. So while we wait for Jay, you can go work on the Stormbolter with Eric. Why don't you roll a tech use test at a -10, and I'm going to see if I can give you some benefit. If you can pass this test, you might shave some time off due to your savanthood. So you actually you think you can fix this device pretty quickly. If you put some real effort into it, you'll probably get this done a little before Eric's estimate.
All right.
So Eric comes with you over to the lumberjack, and he's looking at it. He goes, "I love these things. These things are great. They're big. They're loud. They cut down trees. I fucking hate trees. It's great." And he's sort of like, it sounds like he sniffles, but he doesn't have a nose. So you don't really know what he did, but it sounds like he has like allergies and he sniffled. Do any of you want to ask questions of Claudius or Eric or the Lieutenant Crumb? In fact, Butch isn't here, so I can't. I have this whole little thing.
Just got back.
Awesome. So Lieutenant Crumb is still staring at this servitor, and he's starting to get a little angry. And he shouts very loudly. He goes, "Jason, where are you?"
God
and he sort of comes bounding out. And he runs right up to you. And he is preternaturally fast. You do not understand how something this large can move this quickly. And he grabs you by the shoulders and holds you still. And he goes, "Jason, why isn't the servitor dead?"
Were you
I don't
watching
know.
him?
Maybe it expired. Maybe it's just bad.
"I think you might have tricked me. Did you trick
buddy,
me?
I wouldn't do that.
Are you lying to me right now?"
No, I wouldn't do that, buddy. You're really big.
It sounds like you're trying to deceive him again. Would you please roll a deceive check?
God damn, this is gonna bite me in the ass. God damn it.
So he looks at you with the fiercest face, and he reaches down to his eviscerator on his belt, and he picks it up, and he revs it into this god-awful revving sound. And he goes, "You lied to me. I don't like it when people lie." And he revs it, and he starts to swing at you, and he stops just about an inch before your neck. And he goes, "I lied to you too." He turns it off and puts it back in his belt and walks away with his booze.
So that
Can
just
you
happened.
Good job,
Jay? Can you please roll a willpower test, Jay?
Does it see if he pees himself?
It is, actually. So you managed to hold your bowels during this, which is impressive, to be honest with you. It is clear that you are not going to be able to bamboozle Lieutenant Crumb.
So maybe I'm going to get some skills in lying. Somebody should.
All right, so have you guys decided what to do? So to catch you up, Butch, you I don't remember when you left.
We were still trying to kick around what we were doing. We never did pick.
So Cato is working on the Stormbolter. I don't think he has told you anything about what he might have learned, so I'm not going to bring that up. But he might know something else about the Stormbolter that could be relevant. You are deciding right now between going to the Stasis Pod ruins or going to the local ruins without Cato.
I think we should go to the local one since it's closer. We don't have to travel, and if we
Work
need
our
to
way
fucking get
out.
the fuck out, we have help close by.
And
Okay,
he
yeah,
can
and
finish
they're
what he
only
needs.
they're only about a kilometer away, so it's walking distance. It's
I'm gonna
actually
ask Charn
probably
if he'll
shouting
come with
distance
us.
if you're really.
To get a basic skill, it's just 100, right? To like train them.
It's if it's in the list of advances, then you can take it.
Okay, cool.
If it's, I think that's, it might actually be that those are only advanced skills. You might be able to take any basic skill. Let me double check the rules on that.
While you're checking that, I want to fuck with the lieutenant a bit
Yeah.
more. And
It has to be
cast
in,
coercion on him.
Cast coercion on him.
Yes, I want
All
to make
right,
him think.
hold on 1 second.
I want him to think that water is still actually liquor that will kill you within an hour.
He's pretty firm in the belief that that's not the case. However, you can try to cast coercion on him. Let me look up my rules for that, because this is easily one of the more complicated ones. So you are making a willpower test
Yes.
to do this. You need to take that at a -20, because he has already discovered the deception.
Damn it.
You fail. Now, roll 1d5 minus your willpower bonus. Mark off that many levels of fatigue. You now have 1 level of fatigue.
All right.
On failure, the target's brain is overloaded. He takes 1d5 minus willpower bonus levels of fatigue and gains 1d3 levels of insanity. Roll 1d5 minus... Where did I put my heavy?
Where's my fatigue?
It's probably right next to your wounds.
Is not. I'll put it in insanity for now.
You can just mark them on a piece of paper because they'll be gone by the next time you rest.
I don't have paper handy, so that will work fine.
Okay. Heavy.
I just wanted to cast that for fun.
Brain is overloaded. 1d5 minus his willpower, which is a 2. Which is 3. What was this again? So he's still standing. He like kind of takes a gut punch. He doesn't really know where it came from, and he's a little bit confused about it. On failure, the source may choose to try again at a +10, but all negative effects to the target double with each successive attempt. And that goes for you as well. And how many degrees of insanity does he take? Roll 1d3. So he only takes 1. Okay. So you can try it again at a +10. So it'll be -10 total. Okay.
I'm good.
So he takes a gut punch and he goes, "That was really weird. I don't know where that was." And he sort of walks off. He's like, "I will go work out more and it will not cause problems in the future." And so he goes off to work out somewhere. And you lose sight of him. You don't know where he is. All right, so...
To adventure to the local ruins.
To answer your question, Core, if it's in your list of advances, then you can take it. I have not seen Deceive in any of them, but I have seen stuff like Barter and other basic skills there. So I think it needs to be in that list.
How do the basic skill advances at the top work?
So the first time you take it, you check the first box, the one to the left of the 10, and that means you can take any test against your full stat rather than half your stat. If you take a +10 advance, that's in your list of advances, you get +10 to each roll. If you take the +20 that comes after that, you get +20 to each roll.
Oh, no, what I'm saying is, like, there's weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength, toughness, like, those ones at the very top. How does that work?
Those are just, if I need you to take, so you're trying to do something that isn't covered by a basic skill. So, for instance, when he was trying to pull the power out of the wall, there's no pull the power out of the wall basic skill, but that's basically just a strength test to overcome the difficulty. So I might say take a strength test at plus 10 because there's no particular skill that covers it, and that's what they're for. Does it make sense?
On the advances, though, like I was assuming that you could up your basic stats.
Oh,
with an
you mean
advance.
the
Yeah.
characteristic advances?
Yes.
All
I
right.
did that.
So the way that those work for each of the different classes, for instance, for Arbitrator, let me pull him up.
It's page 51.
Yep. So if you look at there are 4 columns. The first time you take a characteristic advance, you get +5 to that characteristic for each of these. So every time you take a characteristic advance, you get +5 to the characteristic.
+5. Perfect.
Yes.
That's all I needed.
The simple ones cost that much. The second time you take it, it's an intermediate. The third time is trained. The fourth time is expert. And every subsequent time is also expert. Normally, you're only allowed to take 4. But if you really want to take another advance after expert, I'm not going to be grumpy about it. If we get that far, chances are we're going to want to change to an ascended game anyway. Okay. So, Angelos, you have tried to coerce Lieutenant Crumb into believing something. You have failed. The servitor is still standing there drooling, not really sure why he was called away, but also not leaving because he's a good servitor.
I want to ask Charn if he'll come with us if we give him some weapons.
He looks at you and says, I'll do whatever you tell me.
All right. We're going to take him with us. Who had some extra weapons that we can give him temporarily?
All right,
I got
so
a last pistol.
if he's coming with you, I'm going to let
Is there an armory here?
Paul, I'm going to let you control him. He'll be your character while we're there. So
Okay.
I might give you some direct instruction about what he would and wouldn't do, but for fights and stuff. Let me go ahead and edit who controls this guy. It's no longer Butch. It's going to be CPU Wiz. Right, so you should be able to control him now, and you can probably see his character sheet from before anyway. So I still have his old weapons on him, so we might need to edit those for the various weapons.
I can give him my compact las pistol.
I know I have a spare last pistol. I don't know if it's better than the compact or not.
I have a shotgun.
Oh, yeah, I still have that giant chainsword that we took, too. Can we, rip that, for spare parts for anything?
Yeah, it's you can leave that. It's in the lumberjack, so it's not you're not carrying that with you.
Okay.
But you can just keep it in inventory to keep track of it.
All right.
That's sort of the same thing with the orc goo. If you want to put in the lumberjack or in the LJ or something next to it, that just so you remember, that's
Oh yeah,
perfectly
the
fine.
panther head.
Yes,
Which
you
we
do
still need to turn into a servo skull.
You do need to turn it into a serpo skull. You also need to preserve it, and you need to find a soul. So you need to capture a living soul, so you can use its brain.
Lieutenant. Just saying.
Which lieutenant is that?
You mean the giant 7-foot Hulk with the no.
It'll just take some poison. It's fine.
Well, I mean, by all appearances, these guys don't seem like they're traitorous or anything. You're gonna really kill a upstanding servant of the Emperor in the Guard who's an officer? I'm just saying. I mean, you are the Inquisition. You can do kind of whatever you want. All right, so where have you guys decided to go, and who are you taking with you?
Local ruins, if I remember right.
All right, so I don't have a map for this, so if we do it, we're going to do it abstractly. I'm not going to draw a map. I'll just describe stuff.
All right.
And I will put you on a new map.
Cato waves by to the party as they walk
All right.
off.
Local ruins. All right. Before we start, I need to take a few minutes to get some water. So if anybody wants to spend XP, now is the time. If you need to go do something, now is the time. I'm going to take 5 minutes, and I'll be back.
All right.
That was a perfect
All right.
time to get more liquor.
All right.
I hear my sister-in-law.
That's all right. We were talking in IRC earlier in the week, and somebody had linked a video, or it was a picture, whatever. The top comment on it, it was like some really nerdy shit. And one of the top comment was, "I give him 3 seconds before he's hydroplaning and pussy juice." That was the exact comment, which was fucking hilarious. And I typed that into IRC right as she walked up and looked down. She had to stop mid-sentence and walk away because she was so disgusted.
Yes. And this is why I am single. I laugh at that shit.
Oh yeah, dude, I fucking lost my shit for a solid 5 minutes. It was fantastic.
Alright, new thing I'm drinking. I haven't had this before. Dragon's Breath. Strongest
Let me know
stuff.
how it is.
Strongest stuff I've had so far tonight.
What's the percentage?
6. It's interesting. It's like a liquor ginger ale.
Oh, I've had that. Well, liquor ginger ale.
Well, it's hard cider spiced with ginger.
Sounds good.
So far, not bad.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
All right.
Or was that you getting back?
That's you can take a few more minutes.
Okay.
Actually, I think I need to find some Advil. I got a wicked bad headache.
That sucks.
Right.
All right, be right back.
I was telling them the story about how your wife stopped mid-sentence and was disgusted at my IRC shenanigans.
I don't think he heard you.
Nope, he did not. That's okay, though.
I know what I could find. Let's see here. Have fun with that.
Oh, I've seen this. It's fucking creepy as shit.
I've discovered this from my boss. It's always awkward when your boss is more creepy than you.
Why the fuck do you keep linking that video?
Because it's hilarious.
It's not hilarious. It's highly disturbing. Oh my god, wobbly sausage.
I've seen this. This is great.
That fucking video is great.
This is fantastic.
Anyway. Alright. So I put us on another map. Though we're probably not going to really use it very much.
It's black.
Is it all black? Can you not see any of it?
Oh, not black. I see white with white bordering. Kind of like graph paper, but nothing else.
That's what you should see. Like you also see...
You drew a ball sack? You drew a penis, you dick.
Unexpected.
Who's back? Well, actually, let me ask you this. No, who's back? That's what I want to ask. I was going to ask that in reverse, and that wouldn't work.
I'm back.
I think Core went AFK.
Okay.
Yeah. You went AFK. I got Dragon's Breath.
You got what?
Hard apple cider spiced with ginger. Tastes like...
That sounds gross.
It tastes like liquor version of ginger ale.
I thought they make a liquor version of ginger ale, you know.
Well, I don't know. I have too much liquor in my system right now. I pounded the equivalent of 2 zombie killers and like a bottle and a half of wine in the course of an hour and a half. I am not sane right now.
Really, only a bottle and a half of wine?
Equivalently, plus 2 zombie killers in an hour
Man.
and a half.
All right, I'm back.
I don't drink that much. Shut up.
Evidently. All right. Is everybody back?
Yep.
If you're not
Yes.
back, say something.
I'm here.
Yep,
Paul,
I'm
you here?
I am.
All right. So everybody goes to the ruins, and Eric gives you the coordinates to the ruins because Claudius is too full of himself and concerned with himself and frankly just autisting out to really pay any attention to you. So he gives you the coordinates and you walk over there. It's about a kilometer away and it's relatively cleared because the guards stationed at this outpost are very diligent about clearing it. And they've set up plasma cutters and automated systems to do that. You get there. These ruins look, they sort of look like huts from a distance, but when you get closer, they are actually constructed things. They're made out of sort of steel reinforced wood taken from the local environment. There are probably half a dozen buildings, all relatively large, probably 10 meters by 20 meters for the biggest ones, maybe 5 meters by 10 meters for the smallest. There are no windows on any of these buildings. They're all entirely closed, and they have one entrance sort of facing inward and almost like a courtyard. You hear the usual clicks and clacks of the forest. There are animals around, and generally it appears as if it's just a bunch of outbuildings, basically. You would not be wrong to believe that someone local, like one of the guardsmen, had just come and built a bunch of buildings. They look pretty normal. What would you guys like to do?
I want to go inside.
All right. Would you like to go inside a bigger building or a smaller building? There's sort of one really big building, kind of in the center of like a U shape. The other ones are all smaller.
Should check the smaller ones before we hit the bigger one.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. So you're all sticking together, and Charn's following behind you, and he goes, "These don't. These look like guardsmen set them up, or like they just look normal. They don't look like Xenos architecture." And you walk into one of the smaller buildings, and inside there are some sort of low, but they're not plinths. They're just like low, like slabs, and they have some material on them, just sort of scraps of fabric type material. And there's a lot of dust, but you don't see any living things. Just basic, some tables and some chairs and. There's a few things around. What would you like to do?
Sarah, can we search
gonna
for like
listen.
anything useful?
Yeah, you can roll some search checks if you want to look around.
So no movement or anything apparent.
Yeah, I'm not going to put tokens out because I didn't draw a map for this. We're
No,
playing,
I meant it doesn't sound like there's anything here.
you can roll a perception check if you want to study more diligently, but you don't notice anything offhand. There's nothing obvious.
Mhm.
So you don't find anything in particular, Butch. So this is where that non-combat action sheet's going to come in really handy. Gerwulf, sorry, I forgot your name for a second.
That's fine.
You look around and you find a small box tucked near one of these sort of low slabs. There are about 6 of these slabs in the room. And the box is shut, and it doesn't appear to have any particular openings on it, but does sound hollow. It's made out of like a wood material. It looks like a local wood too. It doesn't look like any particular kind that you recognize necessarily.
Crack it open.
All right. So how do you want to crack it open?
So there's no obvious way to open it.
No, it looks like a sealed, hollow box. You're actually not really sure how someone made it. There's no noticeable seams or anything. It just looks like a piece of wood that is somehow hollow in the middle.
I'll run it by everyone else. I mean, the obvious thing would be chainsword, but...
All
Do
right.
it.
So,
Chainsword it is.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
Do it.
all right. So you rev your chainsword and take it to the box. And the chainsword, if you were unaware, revs at 10,000 RPM. It has plasteel bits that have a very sharp but not monofilament edge. As you take the chainsword to the box is caught in the blade and actually pulled rocketing towards you. And
Uh-oh.
it hits you in the gut. Can you roll a toughness test, please?
Yes.
Go ahead and
Wah,
roll 1d5 minus your toughness bonus.
Alright. What was the command for that?
It's just roll 1d5 and then minus whatever the your toughness bonus is. So it's the tens digit of your toughness, which is 3. Yep. So slash roll.
I like that with
1d5.
a slash, yeah.
Yes. So you take 1 wound.
Does my armor
This-
absorb it all?
No, because you weren't expecting it. It just nails you in the gut, and the shards sort of like plink against you and scratch you up a little bit. Whatever was in this box, if anything, it's been destroyed by your chainsword. So, out of character note, this is where a lot of those non-combat actions are going to be very handy. Perception check, you can ask what to look for and so on. So what would you guys like to do now that you've destroyed that lovely little box that was very odd?
Is there anything in it?
You don't know the chainsword destroyed it.
Fuck.
If there was something in there, it did not survive.
The chainsword and my mighty abs that it broke on.
Yes.
I say we go look at another building, see if we can find anything useful.
Yep.
Do you want to go into one of the smaller buildings or the bigger buildings?
Let's check
Let's set up
another
the
small
big
one. A big one?
You want to do the small one?
I would think we could maybe do a small
There
one.
are a few of these small buildings. You could split up and check them all pretty quickly.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
They're all in like a sort of a courtyard shape, so they're about 20 meters. You're all in voice distance of each other.
Let's split
So,
up and check them all.
All right, so you each split up. Do you want to go by twos? Do you want to go by one?
I said go by one.
Yeah, go by one.
All right, so let's start. We'll start with Angelos because you're alphabetically first. So you go into another one of these small buildings, and it's sort of the one right across from the one you were in. It looks basically the same. There are a bunch of these low slabs. There are a few table type things and a chair or two. What would you like to do?
I would like to try and notice anything maybe out of the ordinary. Like maybe
All right,
a
so you
hidden
can roll a perception test. You don't notice anything at all, really.
room. All right, I head back out and try and go to another building that's not currently being searched.
All right, so Cato, aka Charn, for the moment, you enter another one of these buildings, and it is slightly different. There's sort of one long stone slab with a very deep lip to it. It looks kind of like a table, and there are some stone benches that are they appear to be carved out of one large piece of stone, like a granite type of a thing. There are some small, mostly broken pieces of pottery on top of this thing that you think is probably a table. And there's a few other smaller tables around the room. What would you like to do?
I think he'll look around, see what he can see.
All right, so you want to make an awareness check or a search check?
Search.
All right, so go ahead and make your search check. You don't find anything interesting other than some more broken pottery. So while you think about what you want to do next, because you haven't left, let's see, Gerwulf is next. Oh no, yeah, G before J. So Gerwulf, you enter another one of these buildings, and this one looks almost like a workshop. There are a few wooden-ish benches. There seem to be like steel reinforced wood. There's some things that look like mostly broken and ruined tools, things that look kind of like wrenches that have one half of them, one half of the biting part broken off, some, dull hammers and that sort of thing. There's also a few pieces of stray, like bar metal, sort of like, thin, long strips that are relatively stiff but very rusty, sort of in the middle of the room. There's also, this door seems to be bigger than all of the others. It's wider. What would you like to do there?
Search it, see if I can find any more boxes or weird stuff to destroy.
Go ahead and roll your search check. So you don't find anything in particular. If you want to search more thoroughly, it'll take you a little while, but you can make it at a +20 when we come back to you. You can think about that. Think about that while we go over to Jay. Jay, you enter a room, and there's only one very large thing, one very large slab in the middle of it. It has a lot more cloth on it, and sort of rags, things that have very obviously decayed. All the rags on it are very stiff, by the way. They don't really bend at all if you try to pick them up. There's only one bed here, and it's situated away from the door so that no one could actually see the bed if they were trying to peek in around the door. There are a few small tables that have sort of steel frames on them, but most of the wood has rotted away. And you notice something else in the room. There's a sort of a dresser almost. It has some drawers in it that are stuck mostly. You think you could probably pry those open if you gave it a good shot.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to try to pry the drawers open.
All right, so go ahead and make a strength test. All right, so you're pulling on these drawers, but you can't. They're really pretty well wedged in there. If you maybe got an implement, sort of a lever, you might be able to open them with a lever.
Can I stick my knife in and try to fucking
Absolutely.
pry it
open? You can take that at a +10. Make another strength check. So you actually you stick your knife in, and you get a good handle on it, but it's just not enough of a lever. You pull on it, but you pull the piece of wood off, and the knife comes kind of flying out and sails across the room, but plonks on the floor and doesn't really do anything. So we're going to go back to Angelos. Angelos, you're out in the middle of the courtyard right now, and you see some fauna has grown up in the. Some flora has grown up in the middle, some bushes and that sort of thing. Can you roll a perception check, please?
Yes.
You look at this and you don't recognize the plants at all. You don't recognize it. They look weird and alien. You're not really sure what they are, and frankly, you just don't care. So you don't notice anything special about what's in the courtyard. You know that everybody else has covered the other buildings that you haven't already searched. You can try to go help someone, or you can just stay out in the courtyard and wait.
I go and go through the other buildings, seeing if anyone needs help.
All right, which building do you head to first? Which of the other players?
I head towards Jay first.
All right, so you head over towards Jay. Let's go over to Charn. So what did I leave you with? I forget what you were doing.
I just did a search and I didn't find anything.
Right, so you were going to search more thoroughly, or you were deciding if you wanted to. Did you want to do that, or did you want to head out into the courtyard?
Yeah, I'm going to give it another shot.
All right, so go ahead and roll your search check at a +10. Is that what I said?
Let's go with that.
You still don't find anything. This workshop You don't see any drawers, you don't see any boxes, you don't see anything that might have stuff in it. You guys are failing a lot of rolls. Yeah, so you don't see anything in particular other than this sort of big bar in the middle of the room. Let's go to Gerwulf. Gerwulf, I think I gave you the same option, right, to search more? All right, so what would you like to do?
The thorough search thing.
All right, so go ahead and make that at a +10 as well.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't really find anything either. I forget how I described your room. Yours was the
one with the wide door.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. Charn was in the room that looked like it had a bunch of tables in it. So you don't really notice anything, just more pottery. You only noticed this big bar in the middle of the room. So let's go around to Butch. Now, Butch, Angelos sort of saunters through the door, and looks at you. You're still staring at this bureau draw. What would you like to do? You and Angelos.
I'd like to kick it, profusely curse at it, grab my knife, and give it another go with Angelos' help.
All right, so you grab your knife and walk over to the draw again and stick your knife in. What do you say to Angelos?
Apparently this drawer is a stubborn son of a bitch, and if you could, maybe just help a little heave-ho here.
Fine, I'll help you, pansy.
All right, so you have the lever, which gives you +10. You have Angelos' help, which I'll say gives you another +10.
God damn it!
So you situate your knife in a lower portion of the same draw, which you had chipped off before. But again, you pull on it and it just rips out the wood. You don't think you can open this without either a really big lever, like something you could get across the whole front of the draw, or some sort of powerful implement.
Like a chainsword.
Like a chainsword, although you do realize that there is a risk of potentially breaking the stuff and its contents if you were to use a chainsword.
What about a regular sword?
You could probably smack it with a regular sword, see if you could chop through it. But before we do that, let's go back around to Charn. So you are in this room that you've searched now very thoroughly. You don't think you're going to find anything in here. The tables just have sort of loose, broken pottery and nothing really of interest. You can continue to stay here and keep searching, and you'll be able to search at like a +30. But it's going to take you probably 2 rounds of this for you to find anything, if anything.
Charn is going to give it one more shot.
All right. So you can take your search at a +30. All right, so you do find something, and we're going to find out what in just a minute. Gerwulf, what would you like to do? You can have the same thing, but it's going to take you an extra round, so the other guys will get a lot longer to work.
Oh, fuck this room. I'm going to go check on Charn because I don't trust him.
All right, so you head over towards Charn's room, and you find him thoroughly searching this area. While you guys search, we're going to go talk to Angelos and Jay. And so you guys have now, Jay, you've chipped off 2 pieces of this draw, and Angelos is brandishing a sword and saying, "I'll get through this thing." What would you two like to do?
I'm going to back up out of the way and just let him have at it, because I'm really pissed off at this thing, and if it breaks, it'll make me happy.
All right, Angelos, what are you going to do?
I am going to smack that thing with my sword as hard as I can.
All right, go ahead and make a weapon skill check at a +20 because your target is stationary and not sentient. That's right, there are rules for this shit. Go ahead and roll your damage. So you do 8 damage to this thing, which basically chops up the entire front of this draw. Now, this draw is made out of like a steel reinforced wood. You chip away all of the wood, and there's this wire cage behind it that's sort of reinforcing it. And actually, it was holding all this rotted wood in place. Jay, when you see that there's this thing behind it, you realize that you just hadn't quite slipped your knife in far enough. If you had actually gotten on some of that cage, you might have been able to take it out. However, your sword, Angelos, cuts through the steel because it's a very fine sword. And as it does, it opens a big hole, and out from inside of this draw, a large mouth with two very long fangs snaps out and grasps your sword. Can you please make an agility check? So fortunately, even though it grasps your sword very tightly, it sort of grasps it from behind, so it's not going to cut itself. And it tries to wrench the sword away, but it fails. You hold on to it and pull the sword out. It then, you hear a loud hissing sound. Can you and Jay both roll for initiative, please?
That's a D10.
It's a D10 plus your agility bonus. And hopefully I can do... Can I? Oh, I can't do it from here. That sucks. Alright, so let me put your tokens on the board. Your tokens aren't really going to do anything other than help me track turn order. So you can move them around if you want, but... I think I put Cato on here and I didn't need to.
Does it say, can I scream for help over the combis for them to get their ass over here?
You can, but that will interrupt their searching, which will be sad for them. I'm gonna
yell over combis, let them know that we found some snake shit in this box and we may need help.
Do I have a generic token somewhere here? Fuck, I don't. Alright, so I'm gonna put down this trooper, and that trooper's gonna be the thing that you guys just found. He goes second, and you go last. Okay, so Jay, you see this big, slimy-looking, fanged creature. You can't get a good look at it, so you can't really identify what it is or what it might be. But you have the jump on it. You realize it's there, and you are able to take some action against it. You call over the comm and say, "We found something ugly and gross. Come help us." But now you can make an action.
I'm gonna fucking brandish Sally and throw a shot at it.
All right, so you draw Sally and shoot this thing, shooting the chest of drawers that you were searching through. Go ahead and roll your attack. Now, where are you in the room? This thing is sort of on one corner of it.
I was gonna walk over like right in front of the.
All right, so you're point blank. Go ahead and take. Go ahead and take your plus 30.
So are you shooting skill, right?
Yep. Are you shooting normally or are you shooting maximally?
Oh yeah, no, we gotta go with maximally.
All right, so you unload both barrels into this thing. Go ahead and make your ballistics check at plus 30. And so you unload both barrels, and through the glory of the Emperor, you do an extra scatter damage to it. So go ahead and roll 1d10 plus 1, 1d10 plus 4, and then 1d10 plus 1 again. So 2 of your damages plus the extra special damage. I think I might alter that rule just to be your damage an extra time. All right, so you do 4. 3. That's 4 damage, 2 damage, and no damage. So you do a total of 4 damage, 2 damage. That's -6. Nice toughness. Yeah. So you hit this thing pretty hard. And it sort of gets pelted with this, and it makes a sort of god-awful screeching sound. But it is still alive. It, in response, sees you standing in front of this drawer and juts out at you, making a very vicious attack with its teeth. It hits you, and it does 6 damage to your 95. Where's that? It grabs you right in the left leg, and it does 6 damage to your left leg. So after your armor and stuff, take as many wounds.
Armor and toughness?
Armor and toughness. Normal
I wouldn't
attack.
take any.
All right, so you don't take any damage from it, but it sort of bites into your armor, and it tears at it and actually starts to like rip it up. And when you look at it, you notice that the armor is scratched up and broken enough that it's probably lost some of its protective value. Go ahead and mark down your left leg armor as -1 AP. You can get that repaired by a competent tech priest. So also mark down needs repair. Maybe
We
2
don't
of
know
3.
any of those.
Yeah, well, it'll take some spare parts to fix, but you can fix it. So you don't take any damage. When you look at this thing, it looks like a massive, massive rattlesnake. It has brightly colored color like scales around its head. It looks pretty fucking mean. Angelos, it is your turn.
I would like to make an all-out attack against this gigantic rattlesnake.
With your sword?
Yes.
All right. All-out attack. Go ahead and make that.
That is a weapon skill plus 20.
Cannot dodge or parry. All right. Go ahead and make your attack. So you swing down your sword. You raise it over your head and bring it down, but you totally just underestimated the distance between it and you and the length of your sword and ram your sword into the floor, and nothing happens. Charn and Gerwulf, what do you guys want to do? You hear over the combi that they're in trouble. They found some indigens filth that needs killing. What would you like to do?
Charm will go over and help.
Yeah, I'll
Right.
run over there. I got my
So,
chainswords.
Charn, if you run over and help, you will break your search and you will not be able to make that roll.
You stay here.
Nah, Charn's gonna. Well, I don't know what Charn would do, right? Should
Charn's the sort of guy that he cares about his men. He wants to help out if he can, but if someone gives him an order, he's going to follow it.
Stay here. I'll go help.
Okay, Charn follows the order.
All right, so Charn, why don't you make your plus 30 search check? We'll resolve that really quick.
Didn't I find something last time?
Oh, that's right, you did. So you find another one of those boxes that's sort of weird in that it doesn't have any hinges or any seams or any join points. There's no like dovetailing. It's not even like a really well constructed box. It's a completely smooth on the outside box that is clearly hollow. Like you can hear something rattle around if you would give it a gentle shake. It's a little bit bigger than the other one. It's probably, I'd say, almost twice the size actually. And so that's you pull that out from sort of hidden underneath one of these chairs that you didn't check before, and you put it on the table. We'll come back to you in just a second. Gerwulf, you're running over there, so that's going to take you one turn. That's going to put you at the bottom of the list here.
Okay.
So Jay, it is your turn to act.
I'm gonna walk as far. Oh, excuse me.
This
far away...
thing is still attached to your leg, by the way.
Oh fuck. All right. I can't use my shotgun because I need to reload. I take my club out and smack the shit out of it.
All right, so you're smacking it like in the head on your own leg.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and make a weapon skill check.
Do I get any sort of? No, I wouldn't.
Nope.
Oh,
all right, you nailed this thing right
Not
between
bad.
the eyes. And go ahead and roll your damage. So it does 3 damage to the beast. By the way, this token that I'm using to keep track is not accurate. It started with 10 wounds, but this thing has more wounds than that. So you smack this thing right between the leg, and you kind of actually feel the impact underneath its head on your knee, but it's absorbed enough of it that it doesn't do any damage to you. When you hit it, it sort of reels from the attack and lets go, but it leaves behind like this ichor on your knee pad that you're wearing, and it smells like it's reacting with your armor, and you think that your armor is probably is not going to do as much protection in the future, even over what it was before. So mark down another minus AP on your armor.
Okay.
So it should be 1 of 3 now. Okay, so that's you hit it with your club. You still a hit with your club is just a half action, right?
Yeah.
But you would have had to take it out, right?
No, I can. I have. What the fuck is it?
Oh, you got
I
a quick
can
draw, right?
ready weapons. Yeah, for free action. I'm gonna use the other half to start reloading my shotgun. It's gonna take me a full round to reload it, so I need another half round to finish.
Okay, so you'll have a half action next turn.
Yes.
Okay. So it is the indigen's turn. I'm gonna just say you recognize it. I think I already said it's like a snake. It looks like a big snake. Stepping back from it, Jay, you notice that this thing, not only does it look like a big snake, it looks like a really big snake. Its head is probably about a foot wide, and it's probably about 2 or 2.5 feet deep. So it's a pretty big head. You can't see its body, but based on the girth behind the head, which is probably 1.5 feet or so it sort of expands a little bit, you think that this thing is probably pretty fucking long.
Can we use its brain for the servo skull?
You cannot. It is not a sentient creature. However, you could probably take its head and like make another servo skull out of a snake. That would be pretty fucking cool. I hadn't actually thought of that. Anyway,
You have to survive first.
You have to survive, and you have to kill the thing and keep the head preserved. So be careful with that shotgun. You hit it in the body before, by the way, not in the head. So its head is still pristine. So it is pissed. It has just been hit in the head. It's a little bit dazed, but it is very interested in killing everybody in this room because you have interrupted it in its sleep, in its nice little cozy cave of the chest of drawers. And so it looks at you again, Jay, and it wants to kill you. It doesn't like you at all. And so it lashes out with another attack at you, and it nails you. And it nails you, in fact, where does that hit? That hits you in the right arm.
Oh, that's right.
I was hoping that was the head for a minute, because that would be really funny. So it juts out at your right arm. Which arm are you carrying each item in? Because you had your shotgun out and your club at one point.
I would assume the club would be in my right, shotgun would be in my left.
All right, so it juts out, and it grabs your arm and does 1d10 plus, what did I do before? 1d10 plus 3, that's right. It does 8 points of damage to your arm. So go ahead and mark down as many wounds as you take. And as it's hitting you, you actually, like the shock of it, makes you drop your club on the floor. So you don't have that for the moment. It's on the floor. You'd have to spend a half action to recover it. So that's its turn. Angelos, it is your chance to move.
All right, I'm assuming I'm relatively close to this thing.
Yeah, you tried to hit it with your sword before. It hasn't moved that much. Its body is still there. Butch had backed up a little bit, so you can tell now that this thing is at least 2 meters long. You think probably longer.
Do I recognize how strong it may be?
You know that it's strong enough to lash out over a 2-meter distance and grab someone's arm and do some damage to it. By the way, Butch, you should take 1 AP damage on your right arm armor.
So, would it be feasible to assume if I was to go up and stand on top of the snake's body and then take a slash at it, it would be unable to effectively move part of its body?
If you were so I'm going to answer this question this way. If this snake were stretched out and you were to stand on top of its body, it would take you for a ride.
Okay.
You're small. Actually, how heavy are you?
I'm 70 kilos.
70 yeah. He's not even going to notice. He's going to think that there's like a bug on him.
All right. I want to go and... Let's see here.
If you've ever seen the movie Anaconda, this is bigger than that snake.
I have not actually seen that movie, surprisingly. Knocking it down wouldn't make a ton of sense. Because it's not really able to be knocked down, I would think.
It's a ground-dwelling animal. It wouldn't mind being knocked down.
Alright, then I want to make another all-out attack.
All right, go ahead and roll your attack. That's not showing up for me if you rolled it already.
Sorry,
There it is.
it took a minute.
So this thing is slithering a little bit, and it's sort of undulating back and forth. And you try to stab where it was when you started the swing, but it's on the floor, and it's a good 2 meters to the floor, give or take. And so it undulates away as you swing down, and you hit the floor again, and it's a shower of sparks sort of go off. It does catch the attention of this thing, though, and that may or may not be a good thing for you. All right, so Gerwulf, you burst through the door and see a, by all accounts, massive snake. What would you like to do?
I'll keep the burst momentum going and use my what charge is that? Furious charge, whatever.
Furious charge. What does that do?
Berserk charge, rather, plus 20
Berserk
on charge attack.
plus 20 on charge, and that's not over tarp of the thing. So you get a plus 20 to your weapon skill. So go ahead and make a charge.
Okay. It's a strength skill.
It is plus 10 to weapon skill, and you make a weapon skill check.
Oh yeah, duh.
The charge always succeeds, but you might not actually hit anything when you get there.
Oh, come on.
Oh man, you rolled a 95. That's quite
Fuck's
bad.
sake.
So you run screaming, something. What do you scream?
I don't know.
Well, you scream something unintelligible.
The fuck is that?
You're just like, "Wah!" and screaming at it and revving your chainsword as you go. You do have your chainsword out, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you rev your chainsword as you go, and you bring it down right next to Angelos' sword. And it's really cool for a minute because it's like, our swords met. We're like really cool dudes. And then you realize that you totally missed the snake. And you're revving your sword into the ground, dulling all the bits on it, and creating just a massive shower of sparks. And now the snake is very interested in you.
Oops.
All right, Jay, I'm sorry, actually, Charn, you have that box. Would you like to do anything to that box?
Nope, nothing.
What would you like to do, if anything?
I'm waiting patiently to see the outcome.
You don't want to try to go over or anything?
I've been told not to.
All right, and you don't want to do anything in the box?
Nope.
You're going to sit there with that nice unopened box. You're not going to try to cut into it or mess around with it?
Charn wouldn't do that. He's smart.
All right. You can also talk over your comm beads and say, "Hey, I found a box." That's free, and I don't think Charn would mind. Or you can stand there. It's up to you.
Nope, he's just gonna wait.
All right, Jay, you're up.
I'm going to use the other half action to finish reloading my shotgun, and then Sai's going to take another ride at the snake.
All right, ride, Sally, ride. Are you shooting maximally again, or just regular mode?
Gotta shoot maximal.
All right. So you this thing has grabbed your arm and it sort of set you off balance, and it's still attached to your arm. It hasn't let go just yet, and so you bring your shotgun around and pull both triggers to fire off both rounds, and at what you think is probably the snake, but it turns out just to be the floor, and you create a massive racket, but you don't actually do any damage to this guy. So that is your turn. The snake is now quite pissed at Gerwulf, and it lets you go, Butch, or Jay, excuse me, and stares at Gerwulf and drives a furious charging attack at Gerwulf and connects solidly with Gerwulf in the left leg. And as it connects with you, It does 6 points of damage, minus your toughness and armor, and also does 1 AP damage to your left leg armor, if you have any.
I do. So let's see.
I'm sorry, that might be right leg. No, it's left leg. The character sheet is different from my chart.
All right, so that's 1 damage gets through, and then
Yep. And you have 1 of 2 on your left leg, according to my chart. All right. Angelos, it's your turn. What would you like to do?
I will continue trying to slash and cut up the snake.
All right, you making another all-out attack?
Yes.
Go for it.
Where's the button? Here's the button.
And you
that was not the... Oh, wait, that was it. Sorry.
Uses sword and achieves 0.7 degrees of success. You solidly connect. Do your damage with your sword.
Ooh.
Oh. Go ahead and make another attack. It's all out. I'm going to give you the plus 20, so you can do it at plus 20 again.
Yes!
All right, go ahead and make your damage again. All right, so you do 6 and 2 damage. 6 and 2 is minus 8. So you connect solidly with this thing right in the gut. And sort of what you think is the gut. I mean, it's a long animal. And you sort of rend it open along its length. And some guts spill out, some small animals that it had eaten a few days ago that are sort of desiccated and gross fall out. And the snake reels in anger at this attack. And it has clearly done some damage to it. That is your turn. Gerwulf, it's your turn.
All right, where did he hit it? Like, does this one have proper anatomy that you can aim
Not
at?
really.
I know it's a snake,
It doesn't have like legs or anything. It just has a really long body. So pretty much everything that isn't at the head. So like it's attached to your leg right now. You can aim for its head. Otherwise, you're pretty much hitting its body.
I want to aim for just below the head because I want to keep the head.
All right. So you aim for just below the head. Now that's right by your leg. So missing would not be good for you.
Maybe we'll aim a little higher up because I'd rather keep my leg than the head of that stupid thing.
All right, so you aim sort of on the floor in front of you in such a way that if you were to miss, you would not, cut off your foot.
Yeah.
Though it would be totally cool to get a bionic foot. That's all I'm saying. So go ahead and make your attack.
Okay, if I get a bionic foot, I want it to be because someone else destroyed my foot, not me.
Well, I mean, you could argue that it was the snake that did that.
I could totally say that. Good idea.
All right, so are you making a regular attack or an all-out attack?
What's an all-out attack?
You get plus 20 to weapon skill, cannot dodge or parry, and it is a full action. So you won't be able to do anything else. If you just do a regular attack, you might be able to try to grapple with it to get it off of you.
Okay, I totally forgot that I did not actually add my bonuses to the last one, but whatever. Yeah, I'll do that.
I think you failed hard enough that it wouldn't have mattered. Yeah, you rolled a 95, it wouldn't have mattered.
So for the botches, is it natural 95 or after?
Depending on how badly you fail, so how many degrees of failure or success you get, I have some leeway to make things really bad or just kind of bad.
Okay.
So if you rolled a natural 1 and it was a 95 skill check, you probably would have cut this thing in half. Angelos would have, but he only rolled about a half a degree of success, so he did some damage, but nothing stellar. And then he got the Righteous Fury, which is why he did so much damage to it.
I see. Alright, well, I'll do my attack. And there was no modifiers I'm missing, I don't think.
Well,
right?
So if you're doing a regular attack, there are no modifiers. If you're doing an all-out attack, you get plus 20.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And the target cannot dodge or parry, and neither can you next turn.
That's fine.
Make sure everybody, you remember, you do get a free reaction which is to, like, if you want to try to dodge out of the way, you get one of those per round for every fight. So you can try to dodge or whatever, unless you do an all-out attack.
Yeah, Death or Glory time. Always works out for me.
For the Emperor.
Go ahead and roll.
For the Emperor.
All right, so you connect. Go ahead and roll your damage, and your damage is you roll twice and keep the better, right?
That is.
So you can roll 2d10 K1, and I believe that'll roll 2d10 and keep the better.
Oh.
And you can actually add that on your character sheet too, which is kind of neat. So you'd roll 2d10 K1 plus 2.
Alright, any spaces in that?
Nope. It'll look like 2d10 K1. Yeah, so you rolled 2 5s and it kept the 5 because you rolled the same thing. You can put that right in your change sword damage section, and it'll actually do the math for you. All right, so you do 7 damage. You actually only you get your chain sword, and it sort of grazes the front end of it, and it does some pretty good damage because it's a chain sword. This thing looks pretty badly hurt. It's pretty close to death. That cut that Angelos gave it is causing a lot of it to lose a lot of blood. The cut that you just gave it is caused it to sort of reel and like twitch. It releases this sticky sort of acidic ichor like it did to Jay onto you as well, and you take another point of AP damage to your left leg armor. I think that puts it at 0 of 2.
It does.
So Charn, you're still staring at this box very intently. You're standing at sort of an at ease position, which anybody who's been in the military will know that an at ease position is anything but at ease. It's a very stiff position. You're very stalwart. Would you like to do anything, or would you like to just continue standing there?
Continue standing.
All right. Jay, you're up. It's your turn.
I'm going to whip out my pistol and try to shoot it.
All right. So you quick draw your pistol and go ahead and roll your. You whip out your las pistol and do a very cool spinning thing with it, and do the whole like gunslinger mode, and you spin it all around, and then you shoot, and you totally miss. It just flies wide, and you don't hit him at all. The snake, which is very badly hurt at this point, looks at Jay and realizes that it has pretty much gotten through whatever this metallic, like gross thing that it's chewing on, and so it knows that it's got you. It knows that it's through that, and it's hurting you, and so it bites into you for 10 damage. Through your left leg, and as it bites into you, you feel a stinging and burning sensation in your leg. Can you make a toughness test, please, Gerwulf?
No.
And make sure you take the wounds for that as well, which I believe will be like 7 wounds. So you sort of just man up and resist the effects of this acidic poison that is in your system. And you just sort of think of the Emperor, and he gives you the strength to get through. But he does do 7 points of damage, or he does 10 points of damage to you minus your toughness.
Yeah, so that's 7.
All right, so that's his turn. Angelos, it is your turn. This thing is near death, and it is clearly losing a lot of blood that sort of seeped all over the floor. There's bile and other liquids seeping out. You think you can probably kill this thing if you hit it pretty well.
So I didn't go and cut through the entire thing last time?
You did not. You just rended it down the length of it.
So I want to attempt to cut this thing in half with another all-out attack.
All right, go ahead and roll your attack. You miss. Just flies wide. It sort of like juts out of your way with a twitch, and you do no damage to it. That was Angelos. Gerwulf, it's your turn. This thing is still attached to your leg. doggedly.
Son of a bitch. Alright. Other all-out attack. Its head's coming off.
All right, are you aiming in the same place as before?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and
Alright.
roll.
Son of a bitch.
You swing at it, but it's still twitching around and trying to avoid you, and you just nick it, but don't deal it any real damage. Charn, you are standing at ease. You are not fidgeting an inch. Stone like a statue. Stone like a statue. You can make that call now if you want.
Okay,
And
get
over
over
your
here.
comm beads, you hear, "Get over here." And it's the voice of Gerwulf. What do you do?
Charn gets over there.
All right, go ahead and make an agility test, please. Make it at plus 20. You run as fast as you can, but your armor is bulky, and the explosive collar around your neck makes you kind of worried to jostle it too much, and so you'll get in next round. Jay, it's your turn.
I'm gonna aim my pistol and shoot, so that gives me a plus 10 modifier.
Yes. And you're point blank, so grab a plus 30 as well. Charn, did you bring the box with you?
Are you fucking
No.
serious?
Your las pistol flies wide. Did you take the plus 30 too? Wow, you really did.
Yes.
That's potentially a jam. Go ahead and roll 1d10. Is your las pistol reliable? Please don't be reliable. Oh, it's reliable.
It is
Roll 1d10.
reliable.
If you roll a 9, you will jam. You do not jam. Your last pistol clicks a little bit and buzzes, and then it wraps off a shot sort of later than you expected. So you were preparing for the non-existent recoil, and it sort of flies wide. So that's your turn. This snake is angry. It's going to try to poison Gerwulf again. And so it rolls 1d10 plus 3. And it does 4 damage to you. So very little, but it does release that poison again. So go ahead and take your wounds, and then also do another toughness test, Gerwulf. So you are poisoned, and what that means is you need to take some fatigue. You're going to take 2 points of fatigue, and I'm sure this is on your chart somewhere. Let's go ahead and find where that goes. You might just need to write that down somewhere handy.
What's
you
fatigue do?
So you recover those like wounds. First of all, you'll lose those as you rest, and it's based on your toughness bonus. The way fatigue works is if at any point you have more fatigue points than you have a toughness bonus, you pass out cold. So you are right now 1 fatigue short of
Passing out.
Of passing out. Now you don't know, but you don't think this thing is actually going to try to. It's not going to like continually hurt you over time. It just is because you're going to take some stalwart effort to resist the effects of this poison. You also know that a hit like that is pretty rough. You also wrote your chainsword in wrong, so I'm gonna fix that for you. It's 1d10 plus chainsword. Where'd it go? Oh, this is the wrong chart. Your chainsword does 1d10 plus 2.
Oh,
so you need to run 2d10
2d10
plus 2. There we go. So you know that if you get another dose of that poison, you're gonna have a hard time. So that is your turn. Angelos, it is your turn.
Considering I'm having such bad luck with my sword, I sheathe it and I pull out Darthor's last pistol and I take a shot.
All right, did you write down all the right details for that?
Yes, it's a 1d10 plus 3. It's also accurate and reliable.
Yes. So go ahead and make your attack. Because you're not aiming, you don't get the bonus of accuracy.
But I should get the bonus of being point blank, correct?
Yes, so you get your plus 30. So you hit it. Go ahead and roll your damage. I was not prepared for you to do energy damage to this guy. You hit it for 4. It actually... God damn it, guys. It just eats it. It sort of splats on its body and doesn't look like it did any damage. I cannot believe you rolled a hard 1 on that. That's pretty impressive. So that is your turn. Gerwulf, this thing is still clamped onto your leg. It is jutting poison into you. You want to get this thing off of you. If you were to grapple with it, you could probably wrest it from you. It's pretty weakened.
All right. Well, I want to take a stim and do that.
What does stims do? Someone's taking drugs. I love drugs.
Me too.
I don't have stim.
So
handy.
stim, stim lasts 3d10 rounds. During this time, character ignores any negative effects to their characteristics from damage or critical damage and cannot be stunned. Stim wears off, character takes a -20 penalty to strike toughness agility test for an hour.
Okay, so how long does that last?
3d10 rounds.
All right, so go ahead and roll 3d10 rounds and mark off the one that you used, so you have 2 doses left. Now, all right, so that lasts for 17 rounds. A round, so in combat, I'm just going to say it's going to last to the end of this combat, because it's not going to take 17 rounds. It'll also last through your next combat, should you have one.
Cool.
And after that, you'll take the negative effects. Let me look up the thing. I want to have this real handy. Stim. Ignores any or critical damage. That is very interesting indeed.
Yeah.
Characteristics. So I'm going to say that you will ignore critical damage effects, but you won't ignore things like it bit your leg off. Because no amount of drugs is going to do that. You're not taking any minuses to your to anything yet. You will next round to your toughness bonus. So, and I'm also going to say that will help you resist the effects of being over fatigued to the tune of twice what it normally does. Because it doesn't actually say anything about that, but I feel like it should. So if you are over fatigued, you can take 2 times your toughness bonus in fatigue before you pass out.
Awesome.
All right. So you can now, you've taken your drugs. I don't see an actual action for it, so I'm going to say it's a free action. You just take your drugs. What would you like to do?
I'm very good.
Full
Yeah,
action?
I think grappling, get the fucker off me.
All right, so that is -10 to weapon skill, +10 to parry. I'm sorry, that's the wrong thing. Make a grapple attack, which is page 197. And I believe it's just I think it's just a agility check. Because this thing is hurt and you just took a dose of stim, I'm going to say you can take it at +20, but let me look up the rule real quick just to make sure. Page 197.
Should fucking strap a blue light on this thing's face and let a panther eat it.
I don't know, it's probably a match for the panther, to be honest with you.
So according to this, it comes in 3 steps. You make an unarmed attack by testing weapon skill as normal. If you succeed, your opponent may use their reaction to make an agility test. If it fails, or they have already used their reaction that round, the opponent is grappled. If he succeeds, the grapple fails. Then finally, while 2 or more characters are grappling, the following effects apply. Participants in a grapple may not dodge or parry. Other attackers gain a +20 bonus to weapon skill tests made to a grappling target. Grapple characters may only take the grapple action. And as a free action, you can voluntarily end the grapple that you initiated on your turn.
All right, so go ahead and make your weapon skill check at a +20, Gerwulf, to see if you wrest this thing off of you. So you succeed. Let's see if it succeeds in getting free of you. So I'm going to say that it has already gotten off of you, and it actually, you grab it sort of around the mouth and tear it off of your leg. and its fangs sort of cut you on the way by, but not any worse than it already was, to be honest. And you grab it by its mouth from behind, and you know, being the astute Krieger that you are, that a snake's jaws are only powerful in one direction. So, like many boy bands, they're only powerful in one direction. So you grab him and pull him by his cheeks, essentially, and rip his head off of you, and then you grasp around his mouth and hold his mouth shut, and he's sort of stuck. Reaction. Yeah, so he's sort of stuck and he can't attack. You have him by the mouth, and he's wrenching back and forth, and you're holding on to him. If you want to keep this up, you'll have to make another check next round. But you hold him very firmly.
Awesome.
Your hands aren't free. You could make an unarmed attack to knee him if you wanted to, but you'd be standing on your bad leg potentially, or attacking with your bad leg. That's probably not going to be very easy.
Not worth it.
All right, so that's your turn. Charn, you enter the room and see this very large snake, and shout towards Gerwulf, "I'm here, and what would you like to do?"
I'm not sure what weapons Charn has.
So on his sheet, he has his old weapons. We'll just have to do this manually. But he has just a regular las pistol. I think you guys gave him that. And we'll say he has a sword, because you were kind to him and you let him keep his saber as a token of honor, because he has been pretty good to you.
He is going to draw his las pistol and take a shot.
All right, so he draws a regular las pistol that has 1d10 plus 1 damage, and it's just a normal ballistic skill check. You do have a full action, so you can aim if you want.
Doesn't it cost a half to draw it, or does he have...
We'll say he has quick draw. I didn't actually fill out his character sheet fully, so we'll say he has quick draw.
Okay, I will aim then. What's the aim give?
Plus 10.
Plus 10.
Okay.
And he pulls out his last pistol. It's clear that he's used to practicing with it every day, and he's used to practicing with his last pistol every day. And so this is a foreign one to him, and he's not quite skilled with it. And he pulls and he shoots, but he just whizzes past the undulating creature that is grappled by Gerwulf. Jay, it's your turn.
Gonna try aiming with the pistol for one last shot to see if I can hit it.
All right, plus 10, make your ballistics check. All right, you hit it. Roll your damage. You nail it pretty solidly. I have the chart here. Energy critical effects in the body. The energy ripples all over this character, scorching his body and inflicting 1d10 levels of fatigue. Roll 1d10. You nail it, and you see like this pattern of bluish, greenish energy ripple over the scales of this creature, leaving a massive third-degree burn on its body, which at this point has sort of fallen out of this chest of drawers, and it's clear that this chest of drawers could not possibly contain a creature this big. So you don't know how it fit in there, but it did. And it ripples out and leaves this massive burn on part of its body. And it is very hurt and very pissed, but also almost dead. So we go ahead and take... all right. So that is your turn. It's going to grapple with... or try to break free of the grapple, and it fails. So that's the end of its turn. Angelos, you are up.
So, if I remember correctly from the effects of grapple, we should
You
get
get plus
20?
Yes. You get plus 20 to weapon skill tests made to hit a grappling target. Not ballistic skill, weapon skill.
Alright. I will actually just take another shot after aiming with my pistol.
Alright. So you make that at plus 10.
Plus 50, actually, if I remember right, because it's accurate. I'm aiming, and it's point blank.
You are correct. So you hit it hard. Go ahead and make your damage roll. So you do another 5 points of damage. The target is completely encased in fire, melting his skin and popping his eyes like superheated eggs. It falls to the ground as a blackened corpse. This thing, you hit it, and somehow your las pistol overloaded. And as you hit it, it, like, the energy pattern that you saw when Jay hit it happens again, but it's bigger, and it rolls all the way up and down its body, scorching a 3-meter wide section. But not the head. That is still being grappled by Gerwulf. And as Gerwulf is holding it, Gerwulf just sort of snaps at it and tries to break its neck. And the scorched body just sort of crumbles away, and he's left holding the open mouth, or like the slightly closed mouth, but like still staring at him, head of this creature. It is very large. It weighs, several kilos. It's a big, heavy thing. And its brain just sort of plops out behind it and falls right out and onto the floor.
The head collector.
Yeah, the creature is quite dead. You have killed it. You can go put the head somewhere safe if you want, but this creature is no more. So that's the end of combat.
I have a question. Can I
Go for
comment
it.
on a bond?
Sure.
So one of Jayce's bonds is ran my mouth off at Cato. That's going to come back to bite me. And I recall him talking some smack about how bad Cato did combat. And now it literally came back to bite him.
Was that Cato?
That's really interesting, but Cato wasn't here. So when Cato hears about this story from the rest of the party, if the rest of the party decides to tell Cato, maybe Cato can make that joke.
Okay.
Now, you all look around at each other, and Charn is here, and he goes, "That was a big snake," and, sort of states the obvious, and he looks over at Gerwulf and goes, "You're really hurt," and he just runs over to Gerwulf and stares at his leg and says, "Do we have any bandages? Do we have anything I can use? I know first aid." What do you guys say?
While I don't have any bandages, I can make use of the warp and attempt to heal some of these wounds.
And as soon as you say the word warp, he flashes at you and goes, "Let's see if we can fix this like guardsmen before we start fixing it."
There
like
was
Psykers.
cloth on the stone table or whatever, the slab in this room. Could we cut the cloth up?
Right. So you mention cloth, and you show him the cloth on the table, and Charn runs over to it and grabs it, and he goes, "I think I saw a plant we can use outside. Let me dress these wounds." And so he takes the cloth and is working it to sort of make it supple and pliable again. And he runs outside to the courtyard and grabs a bunch of these just random flowers and stuff. And he sort of comes back, and he's got them in his hand, and he takes the flowers and crushes them between his two hands and makes sort of like a paste. And he grabs some water from his canteen and makes a really thick paste and sort of applies it to your wound, Gerwulf. Can you make a toughness test?
Yes.
So as he applies this, it hurts. It does not feel good. It's like a burning, ripping sensation that feels like someone has taken a chainsword to your leg, and you pass out cold as he does this.
I want a refund on my stims.
Well, actually, no. You're right. You do have stims. You don't pass out, but your eyes roll back in your head, and you're clearly in a lot of pain, but the stims are keeping you cogent. He says, I saw you take those stims. You're going to be fine. Stay with me. He sort of taps you on the face, stay with me, buddy. And he wraps this cloth tightly around you. It's not quite long enough, so he actually rips off a piece of his tunic underneath his armor and uses that to help bind the wound. Go ahead and take back... Go ahead and take back 2 wounds and lose 1 degree of fatigue.
Okay, did we ever find a place? Just put that in other notes.
I'd put it in the notes, or just keep like a index card with you or something, or a notepad on your computer if you have it open. Obviously, you have it open, so.
That's true.
So how many wounds did you take there, Gerwulf?
Let's see. I went from 14 down to 3, so yeah.
So
A lot.
So you're still pretty hurt. I make the suggestion again of healing you with powers of the warp.
Charn looks at you and says, if we take a few more minutes, I can dress this better and irrigate it appropriately, get rid of some of the obviously dead flesh, and probably heal him as much again. I really think we should treat this like guardsmen, not like psychers. And he's clearly very scared because he knows what the warp entails.
Maybe we'll see a demon again. It might be fun. Let's do it.
So Charn, are you gonna actually? Let me ask this: are you gonna try to use the warp?
I'll be fine.
I can only do it if Gerwulf allows me to. It has to be a willing target.
Gerwulf, what do you think?
We'll roll the dice.
All right. I then cast Healer.
So before you cast, Gerwulf looks at you and goes, and he looks at Jay, and he looks at you and he says, "We should be prepared for this. We might want to try to take some cover in case something goes wrong." Jay, what do you say to that?
Let's do it. We'll let's wait outside.
All right, so you guys both sort of step around the corner of the door. Whoa!
Oh God, what happened? It's so bad. He hasn't even cast anything yet.
I can't even fix it. Oh God! my GM powers are overwhelmed. Oh, what has happened?
You can't just Control Z that shit?
No, because he moved it as I was moving it, and so now it's all fucked. I just deleted your token. I'll put it back. Blink. There you go. So you guys move outside around the door, and he prepares his last pistol and holds it low, but still in the general direction of Angelos. And he looks at you, Jay. He kind of whispers real low. He says, "This isn't a good idea. The warp is not to be trifled with."
All right.
That's all right. If it goes south, fuck these guys. We'll just run back to camp.
And
they can't hear that, by the way. They didn't hear it.
And he looks at you sort of askance and goes, he like clearly can't understand how you would think that. Like it's totally a foreign idea to him. How anyone would think that. All right, so Angelos, go ahead and cast your power. I sincerely hope you get some 9s.
I did not, but I did pass.
You did pass. All right, so how does that power work? Please inform us.
Once it passes the threshold of 7, on heal willing target 1d5 points of damage, critical damage first. If the target has been a target of this power within the last 6 hours, they must pass a toughness test. If they fail, take the damage that they would have been healed as damage instead, and ignore armor and toughness.
You take the damage in that case?
No, the target does.
Okay.
Oh, fantastic! So you can kill him instead.
No. So he hasn't been the target of healing yet. So if you cast this once, you're okay. Go ahead and roll 1d5.
It's also within the last 6 hours. So.
All right. So go ahead and take 3 more wounds back, Gerwulf.
All right, almost at half capacity. I'm good.
All right. So, Charn, did you? I don't actually know if I ever got an answer. Did you take the box with you?
No, I think he just ran.
No, I did not take the box.
Okay. So, Charn looks at you all and says, I left the box I found behind. We should go look at it."
Let's do it. Hopefully it's not got a goddamn snake in it.
So Charn walks over to Gerwulf and sort of helps him up, acts as like a crutch for him. And you all walk over to that room with the box, and you look on the table where Charn had left the box, and you don't see it anymore. It's not there. What you do see is a pair of footprints leading out from the door and up to the main building, the big building.
This is either going to be really good or really bad.
Let's do it. Let's go inside.
All right, so do you guys
I'm
all
gonna
want to...
swap to my rifle.
All right, so you have your long las out. What other weapons do you all have out? Jay, did you ever pick up your club?
Yeah, I would
Okay.
assume after combat ended that we
Okay.
had time to reload and pick all that shit up.
Are you still carrying around the snakehead?
Yes, obviously.
Yeah, because
Oh,
if
yeah,
we leave
definitely.
it, some
I'm
jackass
not
might
leaving it.
fucking take it and walk in another building.
Who's carrying it? It's big.
I'll take
It's
it.
probably encumbering. So,
I'll take it and
uh,
drop it at the ground outside the building. I'll
all
use
right,
it
so
to
you-
steady my rifle.
all right. Actually, all right, that's fine. So, you walk up to the main building, carrying, sort of by its sling, your long las and this snakehead, which is quite large. And Charn is trying to help a little bit. He doesn't really understand why you're carrying it around, but he figures he saw the panther head on in your lumberjack. He figures you guys are just a little funny. And so you walk up, and there's a few set of steps up into this very large room. There's a very large door, and Gerwulf, do you just like plop down the head in front of that door and like set up, or?
Yeah, a little further back, so that if, let's say, the door explodes, I'm not getting hit by it, but
Okay.
enough that I can watch.
So there are this
Depends on the
pair of
explosion.
big double doors. There's about 6 or 7 steps up. It goes up about 2 meters into the air, so it's a fair climb. And you drop the head at the top of the stairs and sort of sit further down at the bottom of the stairs, and then you figure if anything happens, you'll pop up there and you'll have a little spot to set up. The rest of you, including Charn sort of sets a Gerwulf down. You're limping pretty heavily, Charn. I'm sorry, Gerwulf. The rest of you walk up to the doors, and there are these very large. They appear to be stone, but they're very clearly not stone because they obviously open. So it's like someone took some wood, reinforced it, and painted it to look like stone. They're very ornately carved, and they have vines growing all over them. Actually, they're growing over the middle of these two sort of French double doors. So the vines are there kind of taken together, so it's hard to open these doors. If you wanted to, you would have to cut out all these vines and kind of clear them. What would you like to do?
It seems like some indigenous people are living here. Fuck. Is there any way to there's no windows or anything?
Nope, there's no windows, but what you do notice is that the footprints stop at the bottom of the stairs, right in front of these doors. You don't see any windows. You don't see any obvious other entrances. You haven't walked around the building, so you don't know if there's something behind. But someone walked up here relatively recently, walked right up to these doors, you assume, and is no longer there.
There could be more. There could be a whole lot of shit in there. Do you want to? I'll walk around the building. How big is the building?
It's about 10 meters by 20 meters, so it's 10 meters wide, 20 meters deep. So pretty big. About the size of a good-sized house.
Do we
I'm
have
gonna
any
take a
grenades
quick-
left?
I have one.
Why don't you take a walk around, and then before we go in, we'll have that ready to go in case we need to toss it in.
Yeah, that'll be good. So I'm gonna take a lap around and see if we can find anything else.
Gerwulf, do you have any grenades? Who has grenades? I thought I gave you a whole bunch of these things.
I grabbed a couple of them when we found the first ones.
I don't see them on any of your character sheets.
I only
I might
had
have forgot to write them down.
one, so I deleted it from mine once I used it from that massive grenade spam last session.
Yeah, you
was
guys
awesome.
actually might have actually used all the grenades that you had.
Were
minus,
mine
this
gone?
one.
Were any of mine used before I got back? Because if so, I've got one left. Or if not,
I don't think I used any of yours when you weren't there. I don't remember. I'll go ahead and say you have one. So there should be 2 grenades between the two of you.
all right.
Or between the 3 of you, rather. All right, so Jay, you're walking around back. Angelos, you standing out front?
Yeah, I'm standing out front just to the side of the door with my
Did you want to
pistol.
examine the doors at all, or try to gather some information about them? See if you can understand any of these carvings, or...
Yeah, I'll try and make a lore/perception test type thing.
So I don't think you have any lore skills. So I guess
no.
you can make a perception test. So you do succeed. It's a very close success. I'll let you ask any one of the awareness or inquiry questions. I'm sorry, just the awareness questions.
Let me open that thing up. Just the awareness?
Just the awareness, yeah.
That doesn't make a ton of sense for the awareness. Do I notice any strange symbols or anything around this door?
It just looks ornately carved to you.
Okay.
Which of those questions are you going to ask? Was that your question?
So, of the 5 that are listed in the awareness thing, it is who is in charge here, what should I be on the lookout for, when should I return to look again, where should I look next, and why is this important?
I would say what should I be on the lookout for is maybe a good idea.
Yeah. So, do I look at this thing and do I notice anything out of place that may be like perhaps a trap or anything if we were to open this?
So if you want to literally ask that question, it will be a valuable piece of information for you. You're doing a general awareness check of the area, sort of directed at the doors, but not specifically about it.
I want to ask that question of essentially, is the door trapped?
The door is not trapped.
Okay.
All right, Jay, what do you want to do? You're walking around the back. You see some, just some flora sort of growing up along the sides. It's a little bit brushy, but you don't hear anything out of the ordinary. You don't see any animals or anything. It's pretty low brush.
Still
there's
no
some
windows
bugs,
or anything?
No windows. It's a totally sealed building. You think there might be some windows like skylights that you could potentially, if you could climb this building, which the building is about, I want to say it's about 2 stories tall. So it's a tall building. It almost looks like a big church. And there are
there were vines and stuff. Are they strong enough to hold us up if we try to use it to climb?
You could probably climb the vines. It would be an agility test, and it would be, I would say it would be challenging, which is a +0, so no bonus or...
I'm going to go back towards the group and tell them I'm going to try to climb up and see if there's a hole in the roof.
Do you walk all the way around the building? Do you walk all the way around the building, or do you walk back the way you came? Or do you use
all the way around?
Why not just use the comm beads?
Oh, yeah, I could do that too. So there's some vines, guys, and I'm gonna try to climb up them and see if I can get up towards the top.
Did you walk all the way? Do you walk all the way around the building first, or?
No, I'm gonna try right there.
Okay, so you're
point.
on the. Let's say you're on the left side of the building, about halfway up. You see some nice vines. You try to climb them. Go ahead and make an agility test. I don't think there's a climb skill, but
yes,
there is actually a climb skill. It's a strength test.
test.
And it's against half your strength. I don't think you have it trained.
I do not.
So that'd be
Right, so go ahead and... Yeah, so you grab onto these vines, and you start to pull yourself up, and the vines just sort of separate from the building, and you plop to the ground. You might be able to climb this if you had a rope or something, and like a grappling hook, or like some kind of implement of that sort, but you don't think the vines are going to be strong enough.
I will continue walking around the rest of the way then, since I failed miserably.
All right, so you get around to the back of the building, and the flora kind of clears out, and there's just some low grass. It almost looks like someone has actually trimmed the grass here. The grass is sort of unusually short. It looks like someone has walked here before. There's a little bit of a trail that leads up to the back wall, and then stops.
I'm going to investigate where it stops to see if there's anything noticeable.
All right, so you want to investigate that wall?
Yes.
Go ahead and roll a perception check. You don't notice anything anything seriously strange about the wall. You can continue to look more thoroughly, and you'll get a +10 to another check, but it'll take a good 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay. I'll do that.
All right, Angelos, so you're standing by these doors. You know they're not trapped. You feel it. You kind of know some things that you picked up from Cato based on how he looks at doors. They're not mechanical doors or anything, but you know that Cato always checks for little hairs in the door jambs and things that might be hair triggers, that kind of thing. You don't see any. You think this door is probably safe to open if you wanted to.
So beforehand, I go and contact Jay over comms, asking him something equivalent to the effect of, I'm preparing to open the front door and see if there's anything inside. Do you want me to wait for anything for you?
What do you say, Jay? Butch, you there? We may have lost Butch for a moment.
Maybe he went for drink.
Out drunk.
So he is intently studying this back wall, and he doesn't actually hear you call for him, but Gerwulf does. And what do you say, Gerwulf?
What was the part that he said? My dog got into something. I had to stop her.
I'm about to open the door. I want to know if either you or Jay want me to wait for any reason.
I've got my sniper rifle set up. Feel free.
All right, I open the door.
Charn, before you open the door, he says, he holds a finger up to his mouth. Paul, can you roll a perception check for Charn? And roll it at a +20. Because Charn is very good at this. But not that good. And he sort of stops you for a second and then waves you off and says, no, I was just hearing things. And readies the las pistol that you gave him in case something's on the other side of this door.
All right. So I open the door and I slowly peek my head around, looking inside.
So as you open the door, it catches on the vines that have grown over the center jam that you didn't clear. And the vines start to make these snapping and cracking sounds as you pull the doors open. And so you have to apply some extra force to open the doors, but once the vines snap, that force becomes far too much. And so the doors fly open. And inside you see a long center aisle. And on either side there are dozens of small stone benches. At the very end, the aisle terminates in a T shape. And there is a raised platform that's like 3 or 4 stairs up. And the stairs look to be pretty tall for stairs. They're taller than your average stair. And in the center of this, there's a large podium that is flat on the top and has this bright red jewel. It is shaped sort of like a teardrop. And it's like a 3-dimensional teardrop. So it's like someone took the picture of a teardrop and turned it around its center. And it is bright red and it is glass clear. There is nobody that you see immediately in the room. There are many columns that buttress the high walls, and there are great big skylights. There are 6 of them along the length on either side of the roof. There's some doors leading out behind this stage altar area, that lead into you think probably a hallway or something.
All right. I instruct Gerwulf and Charn to cover me while I go in and begin to clear the building.
All right, so Charn comes up to the left side of the door. You're on the right side, and Gerwulf sort of sets up on top of the snakehead, getting a +20, by the way, to all of your shots, or you get the aim for free. It's a free action.
Oh, cool.
For all of your shots with your long las. What that means practically is you can't take aim twice, so you just get that for free, and then you can make a shot or whatever.
Cool.
So you're on either side of the door, and you step in, Angelos?
Yes, I step in slowly and slowly begin clearing the building.
All right, so you step in and are looking around. Can you make a perception test? Sorry, my browser just popped up. I'm trying to see what happened to Butch here. You don't notice anything at all. Charn, can you make a perception test at a -10, please, because you're outside?
What happened to me?
Angelos was trying to talk to you and you didn't respond.
Oh, sorry. Went to take a leak real quick.
Yeah.
That would explain it.
Angelos has stepped inside the building. He opened the doors. Charn has taken up a defensive position on one side. Gerwulf is set up outside of that main doorway. Charn also doesn't hear anything. As you enter the room, Angelos, Jay, you are searching at that back wall. You're searching at a +20, so make a perception test at a +20. So you see, after a fair amount of looking, that one of the bricks, the large bricks that make up this wall, has one section that is slightly lighter in color than all of the other ones. And you only notice this because you really, really looked hard. And when you see it, you notice, sort of dusting it off with your hand, that it is depressible. You could push this and it will open something, assumedly. It'll do something. It's a button.
I'm going to push it.
All right, so you push that button, and you hear the sound of stone grinding on stone inside of the wall. Angelos, you start to notice like some dust shake loose from the roof. And Jay, you see the area where the end of that path is. It sort of recedes slowly back into the wall and slides off to the right, revealing a passage that you could walk through. It is very, very dark.
Fucking, I don't have any lights. I'll light a cigarette and poke my head in the door.
All right, so you light up a low stick and poke your head in the door. It smells musty and old and like cobwebs and spiders and all of those things that go bump in the dark. Do you go down that hallway?
Yes.
All right, so you step in and you walk a few feet in. Can you roll an agility check, please? You are walking into this hallway, and you don't notice that there are some steps going up, and you smack right into the bottom step and trip, and nail face first into this stairway. Sort of, you catch yourself at the last minute, so you don't do any real damage, but it hurt, especially your pride, but mostly, it hurt. So you can climb these steps, and as you get to the top, you see a light at the end of this tunnel, and it's very bright, compared to the very complete blackness of this area. And the light is just a thin crack down the middle of something. It's just sort of like a thin line, bright white. Angelos, you see the dust, settle out and stop falling from the ceiling. A couple of the skylights appear to be cracked from the shaking, but otherwise everything's okay. What would you like to do?
And I've already cleared out this room, correct?
You have been clearing it. You don't know if it's clear. You've been working at it. You can make another perception test to try to clear the room at a plus 20 because you've been working at it for a while.
I will continue to do that.
All right, so go ahead and roll a perception test at plus 20. So you continue to work, but you're still not totally sure if this room is clear. Charn, would you like to try to help Angelos?
I'll ask if he needs help.
All right, so you go ahead and ask Angelos.
Angelos, brother, do you require help?
Yes, go clear the other side of this room.
All right, so you walk in, Charn, and very practiced hand at clearing rooms. You rapidly move through the left side of this this building with the pews and the so on, and you clear out each individually. You are quite thorough. Go ahead and make a perception test at plus 40. You very quickly identify that there is nobody on the left side of this building. And you turn your eyes back to Angelos and say it's clear. Angelos, what do you do?
Good. Come help me clear this side of the room so we can clear the rest of the building after.
All right, both of you going to roll a perception test at plus 40. So, Angelos, you verify that there's nothing on the right side of the room either. Both of you, you're now confident that there's nobody in this big atrium. May, continue to explore the room. Jay, are you walking towards the light?
Yes.
How quickly are you walking? Like, are you cruising down this hall as fast as you can, or?
I would say a steady walk.
Okay. So you're gonna get a couple more actions before we open that door, and see what's producing that light. So Angelos, Charn, there is still the matter of this very large, very pretty gem sitting on this plinth. What do you want to do?
I want to see if I can sense warp energies coming from it.
All right. Go ahead and make, I guess, a willpower test. I need to come up with some non-combat questions. You cannot focus your mind enough. The whole deal with the snake, I don't know, maybe you just don't like snakes, but you can't make your mind focus to determine if this is a warp artifact or not.
Right.
Charn, do you want to do anything in particular?
Nope, just following him around.
All right, just guarding him. All right, so Jay, you come up to this light, and it feels like there's like a handle next to the bright white light. It's hard to determine anything. It's not enough light to really navigate by. It's just bright and right there. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna open the door.
All right, so you grasp this handle and start to pull. It's a very heavy door. It's almost like it's made of stone. Angelos and Charn, the door that's to the right of this big altar, you hear it start to rumble a little bit and start to maybe open or change somehow. What do you do?
I instruct Charn to go and stack up on the door on one side, and I stack him on the other side.
All right, so you guys are just sort of like covering the door with your weapons.
Yes.
All right, so this door is opening inwards for you guys. Jay, the door, as you pull it towards you, and the light grows, and it's so bright, it's blinding. You can't really see anything, but you hear a couple of voices, and you kind of hear them whispering almost, just like, and what do you do?
I'm gonna whisper into comm beads. Where are you guys?
So over combeads, Angelos and Charn, you both hear asking you where you are. What do you say?
We're inside the main section of the building. We're stacked up on the door that's opening.
And so, Charn and Angelos, you also hear some whispering as you get that comm transmission.
Oh, thank God, it's just me. I'm gonna fucking stroll through the door.
All right, so you stroll through the door. Can you please take a agility test?
I'm gonna fucking fail this and fall on my face and already see it.
Yeah. Can
Wow, that's a hard fail.
You're not gonna fall on your face. You get hit by 2 big clubs. Can you take a toughness test? You get hit by these clubs and you are like dazed and confused. There are, as you sort of wheel around from this hit, you see these 2 very short things. It didn't hurt you. It just confused you and like made you very like wobbly. You appear to be in a small room about, I'd say, 3 meters long and about as wide as the hall you were in. There's a door on the other side that's also opening inward, and another small figure with a club. Angelos and Charn, can you please both make agility tests? Good God, you guys are bad at agility. So this little tiny asshole, it looks like a small human. It's got giant eyes, a very small mouth, and a big club with a spike on the end of it. He comes in, jumps just oddly high, and he bonks both of you on the head. Will you all please roll for initiative?
God damn it. I knew my love of midget porn was going to come back to bite me in the ass.
I'm going to use
The highest it could
these
bite you.
squigs to represent them. They are not actually squigs. They are little pygmy dudes. I'm channeling some Diablo here.
So I'm going to take a minute, if you don't mind, and go to the bathroom real quick.
It's
That's
plus
fine.
agility, right? Or was it plus anything?
It's plus agility.
Okay.
So they all get a surprise round on you, because... Well, actually, not on you, Gerwulf. Because you are not surprised by this. You see this little shitbird. You do have an obstructed view, so you're going to be taking a -10 because you're low and there are the pews in the way.
Okay.
But you can probably take a few pot shots. So you got, I think, a net +10 if you do if you use your free aim. So let's go ahead and add Gerwulf. You get to go first. And then it's Charn.
I'll take a +10, that's fine.
And then Angelos. And then Jay at the bottom. And Jay, you were hit pretty hard, so it makes sense that you're at the bottom. I was going to force you to go there, but since you're already there, I won't.
I did that myself.
All right, so Gerwulf, you see this little pygmy dude, and its giant beady eyes. Somehow they're both giant and beady. Don't ask me how. Very dark. He has sort of longish, shaggy hair. This little club that looks awful. He's got like a little dart gun hanging at his pouch or at his like waist level, and he's wearing a loincloth and otherwise naked. He's obviously very fast, and obviously not very friendly because he's hitting your buddies with this club. He has dazed both Charn and Angelos with his club. What would you like to do?
So is any of them closer to the rest?
You can only see one. You can only see the one that's close to you, actually.
Okay, I'll shoot that guy.
All right, so you shoot at him. Go ahead and make your ballistic skill at a +10. Your shot flies wide, sort of
I can't
wide
shoot.
and high. The thing is, jumping all over the place. It's very hard to see and get him in sight for any length of time. He's also very small, so it's a hard target to hit. The first of them, the one that's near, and I'm actually going to do this. So you guys are all in one group, and Jay is in another group. And it's sort of set up like this, where these guys are like that. And this is how close everybody is to each other, essentially. It's very abstract. So, Jay, you are close to the two that are physically closest to you on the board. Charn and Angelos are close to all three of them. You are furthest from the one furthest from you, but you're still pretty close. And then Gerwulf is only close to the one very close to him, but he can't see the other two. So you take a shot at him and you miss. That squig, that little pygmy dude, takes his club out and jumps up again and smacks Angelos on the head. He rolled 1d100, and he clocks him, but he doesn't really make a good connection. He only does. He actually doesn't really do any damage. Just sort of clocks him, but it doesn't really do anything. This next pygmy he's just hit Jay Kwellin pretty hard, and he sees his buddy on the other end is not making a lot of connection. He doesn't hear the nice crunchy crack of human skulls underneath his club. So he takes out his blowgun and makes a shot at Charn. And hits him squarely, and does 5 damage to his head. Actually, is that his head? Sorry, 27 is actually not his head. I keep forgetting about this. 72 is his right leg. So he actually shoots him in the right leg with his blowgun and does 5 damage. Paul, are you still tracking this for me?
Yeah, so does that get negated at all by something?
You took all of his armor, didn't you?
Correct.
So I think he's just wearing normal clothing, so he actually doesn't have any armor, but it does get negated by his toughness, which is a toughness bonus of 4. So I think he takes 1 damage.
Okay.
I need to replace... I have all 4 of your character sheets open on one screen, but since you're playing Charn for this... so he doesn't actually have Guardsman Flak on. Someone took that. All right, so that's his turn. And then the last one near Jay. Jay, you're on the ground from having received this hit. And that is not good for you, because these guys are ground fighters. They're fast, they're tiny, they're designed to fight on the ground. And so this guy takes his club and holds it in both hands and smashes down at your head, trying to make a called shot. And he connects with your head pretty hard. But it hits... Are you wearing a helmet?
I am. 2
so
armor points.
It hits your helmet and stops, and the pygmy looks confused, because he didn't hear any crunching and cracking sounds like he's used to when he usually hits things in the head. So next, Charn, he is seeing this little small thing, and he realizes there's no way he's going to be able to shoot it. It's too fast, it's too small, it's too close. So he takes out his saber. Actually, I'm sorry, Cato, you're supposed to be playing this guy, so I'll let you play him.
I believe I have my last pistol drawn.
You do.
So I'm going to take an aimed shot at the closest one.
All right, you're going to take that at a -10 because he's tiny and fast and mean.
Okay.
So that gets you a +0 total.
All right, fair.
Fortunately, he does have a really good... Oh. So you shoot, and it grazes his ear and basically just pisses him off. It doesn't really succeed in helping you at all. Angelos, Tim, are you back?
I did just get back about 30 seconds ago.
Well, look at that. Go ahead and make your move.
So we're fighting 3 small people. Yay.
3 pygmies, yes.
If I recall correctly, I happen to have my Darfall's las pistol currently out?
You do.
So how close are they?
They are right on top of you. They're not meleeing you, really. They're not it's not normal melee because they're so small. It's not like you're locked in melee with them. They're running circles around you. They're running through your legs. They're running behind you. They're jumping over you. They're climbing the walls. They're very fast and very small. So any shots you take at them at this range don't get point blank. They actually get -10.
Okay. So I want to take an aim shot and take a fire shot at them. And since I have accuracy, I should get +10 because of that.
That is correct. That is correct. So you also try to shoot at this, and it's really not working. You're trying to keep your gun with them, and he's like jumping over you and smacking you with the club to knock your aim off, and he's just really being quite mean to you. Jay, you're up. Now, once you tell me what weapon you're using, I will give you some details on that.
I'm not going to get up. I'm going to stay on the ground and pull my shotgun and aim at the one closest to me.
So there are 2 of them that are very close to you. Because they're small, because they're close, and because it's a shotgun, you can hit both of them.
Sweet.
However, there are 2 of your buddies at the end of the hall that are standing in the doorway. If you shoot at both of them, you will hit your buddies. And potentially the guy near them. This cluster is taking place in probably a 5 or 6 foot wide by 10 or 12 foot long hall. And you're all in that hall.
I really don't want to hit them, even though the pygmies aren't wearing armor and they are. What if I aim at just the one on the left?
So here's how it'll work. If you shoot your shotgun at all, you're going to hit all 5 of those characters except for Gerwulf. However, in the order from left to right, each one is going to provide 1 cover bonus. So Charn will get 2 cover. Angelos will get 3 cover because Charn will be in the way. And the guy on the far right will get 4 cover because all 4 of those guys are in the way.
I'll take those odds.
All right, so you ready your shotgun, and you take your point blank bonus. Are you shooting maximally? Or
Of course.
Normally? All right, so you pop off both rounds at your +30.
Oh.
And you do an extra scatter, so roll your damage 3 times and add 3 to one of them. All right, so you do 6, 9, and 7. So the first guy takes the brunt of all these attacks. He has no armor on, so he takes 6. That's a -6. The next guy takes -5. Charn takes minus his toughness, his armor, and an additional 2 cover. So go ahead and calculate that, Paul. Angelos, you're going to take 6 -3 minus your armor, which I think is going to work out to 0.
It should.
This is just for the first hit, by the way. So there's 2 more of these to go. And then the last guy is going to take -4 off of that, so that's -2 total. The next shot rings out. That does 9 damage to the first guy. Trying to get his damage up. -9. The next guy takes -8. Charn is going to take -2 and then his bonus in armor. Where did you hit, actually? That's an important question. You hit in the... Oh, I think you might have hit in the head. Right arm. So use your right arm for purposes of calculating damage and armor. So go ahead and calculate that. You're doing 2 plus your toughness plus your armor in your right arm. Angelos, same deal, but with 3 cover bonus. And then this guy is getting a 4 cover bonus on 9, which is -5. And then the last shot rings out, and he takes another -7. This guy takes -6. Charn's going to take -2 from that 7 in addition to his armor. So go ahead and calculate that. He should be a lot lower than 19, I think.
No, I think you're right. I'm just trying to.
So it's his toughness bonus. I can actually help you with this. His toughness bonus is 4. His right arm armor is 3. So you're taking 7 off of.
Well, he doesn't
every
have
hit.
any armor.
Oh, that's right. So he's taking just his toughness bonus, which is 4. So he takes in order 2 damage. I'm sorry, no damage, 3 damage, and 1 damage. And then Angelos, you can figure yours out the same way.
Wait a minute. So the second attack did 6 damage to me?
So the damages in order are 6, 9, and 7.
Right.
Charn takes 4 for his toughness and 2 cover, so he gets 0 damage for the first one. He takes 4 for his toughness and 2 for his cover. That's 6 total, or 3 total damage taken for the second attack, and 1 total damage for the third attack. You get 3 cover because of the 3 people in front of you.
3.
So
Okay.
you're going to take your toughness and your 3 cover. I think that negates the first one. Your armor is probably going to negate the second one, so you might actually take no damage.
No, I don't have any armor on my arm, so
There you go.
I'd take.
She'll
3
take a
there.
few. And so the last pygmy takes 7 minus 4. That is -3. Minus. Oh shit. 4. -3. I did that right. All right. So in order, the first guy evaporates. He's dead. The second guy also evaporates. He's dead. You two take some damage. The last pygmy is actually not doing all that bad. He's taken some hits. He's clearly not very happy, but he's still alive. He's still standing. Gerwulf, it's your turn.
I also shout to Jay to put that damn shotgun away before he kills us all.
So 2 of them are down, but one's still good.
Yep, one of them's still good. He's not quite dead yet.
Okay, was that the one I can see?
Yep, that is the one you
Cool.
can see.
Good, fuck that guy. Shoot him in his stupid, probably back of his head. Wherever.
All right. Go ahead and
Alright,
make
I'll do my aiming thing. Oh wait, I have free one.
Yeah, you have free aim, so you can just take a shot.
Oop, almost hit the wrong one.
All right, you nail him. Go ahead and roll your damage. But he's going to try to dodge.
Son of a bitch.
He doesn't dodge, so... Holy crap. Go ahead and roll another attack.
Another attack? Alright.
Yep, you got Righteous Fury on that.
Same bonus as the last?
Yep. Alright, so you miss with the second attack. But you nail this guy for 13 damage, which is more than enough to cause him to evaporate. And as he evaporates, he screams out some random word that you don't really understand. But it's very clearly some kind of language. And
Can I commit to memorizing it?
you can try, but he only screamed it out once, and he was evaporating as he did it, so I think you're going to have a hard time. If you'd like to try, you can roll an intelligence check at a -40.
That.
Go ahead and roll your intelligence at -40.
Wouldn't that like wipe out what he's got?
Yeah.
It would.
So the words wash over you, and you don't really understand them. And
I'll make
but what
something.
you do notice is that whatever he said has had an effect in the building, and it's rumbling again. The stone is still standing there, shiny and bright, but the whole building is looking like it's going to probably collapse. What do you guys do?
Let's get the fuck out of here. Fuck that jewel.
Agreed.
I'm gonna
All right,
pick
so you all
myself
running
up
out?
and run out of the building.
Yeah.
All right, so everybody please make an agility check.
Except for me, because I'm outside, right?
You're outside, that's correct, so you're fine.
Holy crap.
Oh my god, you guys are the klutziest assholes ever. Okay, so you all start running out of the building. And as you're running out, a large beam above the door that you entered through, Angelos, the one near Gerwulf, drops in front of the door, blocking the way. You can try to run out the way that Jay came through, but that is a very low tunnel, so it's probably not in a particularly good state either. It's also very dark. The other thing you can try to do is survive the collapse of this building, which is pretty imminent. What would you guys like to do? You can also do something else that I haven't thought of yet, but...
I'm going to try and go out the way Jay came, because that seems like the only reasonable option around this collapsing building.
All right. So go ahead and make another agility check. Are you telling everybody else to go with you?
Didn't they get past that part? Like
No, they didn't. They all failed. Everybody here failed. You're all stuck in this building trying to get out.
I would say then to go and let's try and go out the way Jay came.
All right, So you run over that way and, trying to dodge the falling rocks. One hits you on the head, Angelos, and you're stunned. Can you make a toughness test, please? I'm going to do these one at a time. All right, so you shake off the effects of the stunning and keep running towards this door. Do the rest of you want to head that way as well?
Yes.
All right, so please both of you roll agility checks if you want to head that way. So Butch and Charn, both of you guys just bolt right past Angelos. And as you're bolting past, you can stop to help him, but you'll be right where he is, and you'll be able to give him a +10 to his next check.
Yeah.
Or you can just run out the door.
I think Charn would too.
I agree.
Yeah.
Charn's that kind
All
of
right,
guy.
so Angelos, you're going to receive a +20 to your next check because they're both helping you. So go ahead and everybody make another agility check if you want to continue on this route.
God damn it.
We're gonna die.
Don't worry, I'll be okay.
Charn,
Well-
go ahead and make an agility test. So Charn is the only one of you who manages to stay on his feet as you're running towards this door. Another large chunk of the ceiling drops in front of this door. This one is smaller. You think you could probably move it. Can you all roll perception checks, please? Angelos, you notice that the area on the altar around the gem is actually, there's nothing is falling there. It's totally fine. It seems to be actually stable.
Everyone get on top of or near the altar. That looks safe.
Group hug.
So the area around that gem is probably about 1.5 meters or 2 meters in radius. So there's plenty of room for you all to stand there. But the building is still collapsing around you, and there's enough building that you're gonna have a hard time getting out if the entire building collapses. So you've bought yourself some time to think, but you need to really figure out what you're gonna do, or it's gonna be a bad time.
Will the comp beads still work?
The comm beads still work.
We could always call out to Gerwulf to go back to camp and get the lumberjack and have.
It's about 1 kilometer or 2 away. It is travelable, but you got to remember he's got a big gash in his leg, and it's going to take him hours to do that.
Would the comp beads work all the way back to camp, or is that too far?
It's just out of range of the comm beads.
How
Sorry
big
to
is
say.
the building they're standing in?
It's 10 meters by 20 meters, about 2 or 3 stories tall. It's like a big church.
Okay.
Would these walls survive a grenade?
I don't know. You could find out. I mean, the
do
walls
have
are
one.
collapsing. The walls are collapsing. You probably don't need to help them. They'll fall over on their own, buddy.
Well, I mean, could you maybe blow a hole in the wall and run out that?
That's possible. You could try that.
Or the front door? Because it's
You
just
have
a
to
Oh wait,
make
big
so
beam.
they're trapped inside?
They are
Yes.
trapped
I was
inside.
thinking they
There's-
just fell. Okay.
No, so there's a big... You
I've
can't
got
see in
demolition
anymore.
charge.
You can't see in anymore, Gerwulf, but there's a large piece of stone that fell in front of the main doorway. And you don't know this, but there's another piece of stone that fell in front of the back doorway. Do you have a demolition charge, really?
I do, yeah.
Oh. Homeboy's walking around with a demolition. I don't see that in your gear sheet
Charge
there,
pack?
buddy. No, that's for your las pistol.
Are you sure?
That's like it's like a clip for your las pistol.
That's
Wah, wah.
disappointing.
Never mind.
Damn.
Crack grenade would be like a demolition charge.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let me check.
Yeah, you don't have a crack grenade. I'm looking at it. I was like, he took a crack grenade? That was some excellent foresight. I don't remember ever giving him a crack grenade. He must have bought that. All right, so you're standing in this relatively safe area. It looks like this area was maybe it was built separately almost. There's some stronger buttressing. It's reinforced somehow, and so it's not falling over. But the rest of the building is, and it's causing a lot of dust, and it's going to cause a big pile of things, and eventually this is probably not going to be a totally safe place to stand. If you want to run to any of the walls to try to do something to them, i.e. blow them up with a frag grenade, it's going to be pretty difficult to get there because things are falling from the roof and, buttresses are falling over and so on. And B, a frag grenade is not designed for that. And so it's going to probably have a hard time doing it. What you can potentially do is inspect your surroundings using various non-combat actions. And maybe those questions will help you in figuring out what to do.
Fuck that fucking pygmy.
You should be glad that Gerwulf killed him. I'm just going to say that right now.
I'm glad I killed him.
So I would want to search quickly around the area to see if there's anything of use.
You want to roll a search check?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and roll a search check. I need to come up with some actual questions that you can ask for this. All right, so Jay, you use your time. You guys are going to have 2 checks, by the way. That's how much time you've bought yourself each. So Charn also gets a check if he wants to use it. But you have 6 total between the lot of you, 2 each. Butch, you noticed that there were some mechanisms underneath the crystal, the teardrop-shaped crystal. And you notice that there are some various like spinning gears and things that are moving underneath this podium. What else would you like to do? Remember, Angelos and Butch, you have 1 check left.
Is there any like sticks around that I can use to jam inside it?
You don't notice any sticks, but you do have
Or
a
a
really
rock.
handy. You have a really handy cigarette in your mouth, and you think you could probably jam it up pretty good with the low stick.
I'll do that.
All right, so you take the low stick and shove it in between some of these gears, and the gears sort of stop for a moment, but nothing else really changes. The gears just stop moving. The building is still collapsing.
Could we potentially take the gem and jam the gears with the gem?
The gears aren't moving anymore. So the building's collapsing, but the gears aren't moving. You do notice that the gem is it sort of dulled and almost became a little bit more matte when you did that.
Has the gem moved since we've arrived into this building?
Nope, totally still. I mean, it's glass clear, so it's very hard to tell if it's like spinning. But it looks like it hasn't moved at all.
Can we dislodge it from where it's at?
You can try.
I want to do that.
All right, go ahead and roll a say strength test. You don't know how heavy it is, so you're going to apply some strength. So you pick this thing up, and it flies up. It's preternaturally light. It looks like a big thing. It's probably the size of like probably like a gallon of milk. It's about the size of it. But it is oddly light. It only weighs an ounce or 2. So you pick it up, and your arms kind of shoot up with it. You almost lose it. But you catch it, and underneath it you see more gears, none of which are moving. They are all successfully jammed by your low stick. And now you're holding a very nice-looking ruby gem.
And I'm assuming the building is still collapsing.
Yes, and you are also out of checks. So Angelos and Charn. Angelos, you have 1 check left, and Charn, you have 2 checks before something is going to start falling on you.
Charn regrets not bringing the tech priest.
I'm actually not totally sure the tech priest would have been much help. I think Charn is a much, much better choice in this scenario, given his experience and his honed perception of the area.
And they did less damage to us.
And he did less damage to you. His honed senses really could make him aware of things which would be really important.
Charn probably wants to look around and see what he can see.
All right, so is he trying to be aware of his environment?
Maybe yeah. Let's do awareness. He's got a pretty high awareness.
I only had to railroad you guys a bit.
Should I just do an awareness roll?
Yep, it's a perception check. And because he's a veteran, he could take it at a +20. All right, so you can ask me 3 of those awareness questions in that list, or questions like it.
How can I stop this building from falling down?
You cannot stop this building from falling down. This building is going to fall. A question like those 5 in that list might be, how the hell can I get out of here? Or what's the fastest way out of here?
Just give me a minute to think. How can I get all 3 of us out of here before the building collapses?
So Charn, seeing Jay grab this this big crystal, looks at the podium it was sitting on, and he notices that there's one long slab that is flat and not brick like the rest. It's not like made up of small stone bricks. It's one long slab, and it leads out the back of this this area. Basically, it leads out the back of this like altar area, up against a wall, and it terminates in a wall. And he thinks that, based on what he's seen and based on the various kinds of places he's been, that there might be another secret entrance, because he knows that there must be one, because Jay came in the back, and how else could Jay have come in the back? All these other buildings don't have only have one door, so he thinks that there's probably a secret exit there. And given the construction of the altar, he would suspect that it is probably safe. You have one more of those questions if you'd like to ask it.
Yeah. Can I ask who might be causing this building to fall down?
I'm going to give you that one for free, because you actually already know. The person who's causing this building to fall down was the word of command that the pygmy uttered to the machine spirits in the gears, to use tech priest lingo. Basically, the pygmy's causing it by saying something, causing some pre-programmed thing. So you can actually ask one more of those questions.
Don't have another question, unless my party wants to interject.
I mean, you can ask them for details about what they might want to ask. They might... I'll give you some hints about what you might want to ask. There's a really cool-looking ruby gem that you could ask about. It doesn't necessarily have to be about the situation at hand if you think you have a way out.
How does this ruby gem affect anything?
Looking at it, Charn believes that this might not just be a simple gem, but rather a piece of tech.
Charn again thinks maybe the tech priest would know.
All right, so that's your 3 questions. You have 1 action left. So does Angelos before you guys have to move. What do you want to do? And you also need to inform the party of all the answers to these questions that you received.
So, I think there's a secret exit from this room. I'm not quite sure how to activate it, but it's over by that wall. Also, the gem's important. We should take it with us.
Well, fantastic. I'll just stick that in my pocket and drag it over.
Well, I mean, it It is preternaturally light, so you could probably just carry it with you. It weighs like an ounce. Almost, it weighs barely as much as a pack of glow sticks.
Well, how do we fucking open the door?
I don't know yet. You're gonna have to go figure that out.
So
What? Can we take the fucking pygmies and like the bodies and slam them against the wall?
All of the pygmies, you evaporated the pygmies. What are you talking about? The pygmies in sequence were evaporated by your shotgun and then evaporated by a long las
God.
rifle.
Damn it, fucking pygmies are useless.
Could I go and use something like precognition to go and see if I can discover a way to open the door?
That would be really interesting. But if you wanted to do that, you probably should be near the potential door before you start trying to cast psychic spells.
So I would have to be near that door to make use of that final action?
All I'm saying is if you want to use a psychic ability that's going to help you find the way to open that door, you might want to be near where that door is, or where you think that door is.
And Charn, whatever his name is, that guy.
Karn.
He has already described us that there's a potential entrance there.
He pointed right at it. He said, "I think that's the way out," or I think there's a secret exit there.
So I want to run as close as I can to that and use something like precognition to see if I can sense a way to open the door.
How can we use precognition to do that? So I'm gonna say I'm seriously house ruling this because this is not how precognition is supposed to work. Precognition is supposed to be like only used in combat. However, I'm gonna say that if you use precognition, you will get a sense for where you will be in the immediate future. And because of that, you will be able to confirm whether or not there's a secret exit here. And you will get a bonus to looking for the thing that activates it.
Let's do it.
All right. Use your last action. I really hope you evaporate into the warp.
Nope.
Ah, damn it. I'm sad. All right, so you cast your precognition, and you clearly see all three of you escaping through this hatch in one of many possible futures. You believe very strongly that in all possible futures, there is a secret exit that leads directly outside through a small hidden window that could not be seen from the ground. It'll take a drop of about 10 feet to get out, but you'll basically be okay. You'll be able to get out. In addition, you don't see yourselves activating anything as you run towards this door. You just run towards it, and you end up on the other side. It's not really like you did anything to do it. You just sort of pass through, and you're in this hallway. There's no action you took to end up there. What do you guys want to do?
I want to start running towards that door I foresaw us going through.
All right, so you running flat out towards that door?
Yes.
All right, are you going to run directly
follow.
Are you going to run directly into the wall, Angelos?
I'm going to run up at least to the wall and attempt to walk through it if possible, seeing if it's maybe an illusion.
All right, so go ahead and you run up to the wall where you think this door is, where you had your precognitive episode, your precognitive idea of what is there, and you walk up and stop just short of it. Do you want to try to walk through?
Yes.
All right, you're gonna have to roll a willpower test because you're taking it slowly. You don't get any bonus, and you stop for a moment, take a deep breath, and step forward and pass through what appears to be a hologram. And as you pass through, Butch, you're still holding the gem, right?
Yes.
How close are you to this wall? How close are you behind Angelos?
I was following him, so I would assume right behind him.
So you see Angelos walk through, and you step a little closer, and the wall shimmers and then disappears as you bring that ruby gem closer to it. And you follow Angelos through the wall. You guys are all running down this hall, right?
Yeah.
All right, so you get to the end of the hall, and you see the outside. You see that back lot that you saw before. There's nobody outside. You just see that back lot, and you see it's about a 10-foot drop. And if you want to just jump down, you're going to have to take a toughness test, or you're going to take some wounds.
Would Charn have followed them?
Sorry, say again? Yeah,
Would
Charn
Charn
followed. Charn
Okay.
followed. He saw the way out, and he's like, I'm not going to stand here and die. That doesn't seem like a good idea. All right, so Angelos and Charn, can you take a toughness test? So what's your marching order through this hall? It's Angelos, and then Jay, and then Charn, right? Okay,
Yep.
so Angelos, you jump down. You're going to take some wounds, which ignore your armor but not your toughness. You take 2 wounds, minus your toughness.
Which I ignore.
All right, so Jay, as you jump down, something very odd happens. You're carrying this relatively large gem, sort of like cradling it in your arms because it's awkward to hold. And you've got it securely enough that as you jump, it falls a lot slower than you do. Somehow, even though it's not supposed to, right? Like things are supposed to fall all at the same speed. This doesn't. It falls about half as fast as you. Can you please make an agility test?
This thing's a fucking balloon.
So you, as you're falling, you sort of hold onto this, but it slips up through your grasp, and it continues to fall, and it's following you down. But you let go about halfway down, so you're going to take half that damage minus your toughness, which I think you just ignore.
Yeah.
And then Charn just like looks at the drop and jumps down and lands on his feet. And as he jumps down, he kind of grabs the red thing and pulls it down with him, kind of pulls hard on it, and then he hands it back to you, Jay. And you guys are free from this building, which promptly behind you collapses to the ground in a big plume of dust. So you've got this artifact, this ruby red thing, and you walk around to where Gerwulf is, and you all sort of meet up in front of this building. What do you guys do now?
Well, that was exciting.
You know what? We
Especially
need to
for
find
me.
the fucking box we went after. This entire thing's been nothing but bullshit. Fucking hit these ruins up. We found a giant snake, and then a box that got taken, and we still don't have the fucking box, and we got fucked by pygmies.
True.
You know, you want to know, out of character, you want to know a fun fact? I totally fucking forgot about the box. I got all excited about pygmies and totally forgot about it. So we'll see what happens with the box and whether you find the box.
What's in the box?
What's in the box? Okay. So, do you guys want to go back to camp? Or what?
Well, is the box
Probably should.
lost to us?
You can look around for the box if you want.
I say we look around the now fully collapsed building briefly for the box and then head back.
Yep, I'm good with that.
All right, everybody can roll a search check.
All right, I'll get up from my nap and do that.
God damn, you guys suck at searching.
Hold on.
Come on,
Be
Gerwulf.
worse.
I don't have a train.
He's got this.
So
I'm waiting for that negative 9.9.
Hard failure. I love negative 9.9. You make it harder to find. You actually find it and then bury it and cover it.
Why is it not up?
throw it back in the fucking rubble.
This isn't it. Oh my god!
Holy shit.
So I told you to run
I
the
did it
search
too.
check. I told you to run the search check because I figured you'd all fail and I wouldn't have to figure out what the fuck is in this box. Alright, so, Gerwulf, you find the weird box that has no hinges, nor key, nor any other noticeable creation marks, and you hold it up, shining and proud, and say, I have found the box.
Let's
And you show
fucking
it to
take
your
it back
friends.
to camp so that we don't
Yeah.
wreck it with a chainsword.
So,
The other one wrecked me.
So you guys all head back to camp. Gerwulf, you're still kind of hurt, so you're kind of limping your way there. It takes you a little while.
Somebody else carry the head.
There. You get back there fairly late in the evening. Not quite dark, so not dangerous yet, but pretty late. And you all get back to the area, and Eric is inside there. You're up there. I'm moving people around really quick. So you greet Cato. Cato, you have finished the repairs of the storm bolter on top of the lumberjack. He sees you guys come back. He sees Gerwulf, who's seriously worse for the wear. His leg is nearly blown off, or bitten off, I suppose. But generally, everybody looks to be in one piece. And he's very happy about that. What do you guys do?
I want to go fucking take a nap.
I'll show him the box.
All right, so you bring over the box to Cato, and you say, look at this cool fucking thing. This is crazy. Jay, you still have the red gem thing, right?
Oh yeah, I should probably show that to Aaron.
Everybody.
You should show that
Eric.
to
Eric. Not Aaron.
Eric. You should. You probably just generally
Ooh, or the
speaking.
doc.
Yeah.
Doc. Would
I
probably be
mean,
better.
he is the archaeoxenobiologist. He's probably interested in it.
Yeah.
All right, so let's start with Cato and Gerwulf. You show Cato the box. Cato, what do you think of the box?
It's definitely a box.
There you go.
Can I do like a common lore tech test on it?
Yeah, if you want to try to determine whether it's a piece of technology somehow, or if there's technology working on it.
Yeah, let me do that.
Maybe if you've heard of any technology that could make boxes like this, that seems reasonable.
Okay.
That would be a reasonable question for a lore role. So, part of what I'm trying to do is emphasize the role of all these non-combat things. Questions like, what should I be on the lookout for? Really nice. That's going to give you some hints about how this, what you should be looking for and how to progress the story and not get stuck.
Okay, so I'm going to do a lore check on this box.
All right, go ahead and roll. You look at the box. You rolled on the wrong sheet.
Yes, you
Yeah,
did.
I know.
I
No, that
also
is
need-
technically my lore skill. It's just the wrong guy.
No, Charndarfal, you rolled on the wrong sheet. That's wrong. You
Roll
rolled
on.
33.
Yeah,
Your
and my lore
tech use
skills
should be 43.
Yeah, but I said I was rolling common lore.
No, it's common lore tech.
Yeah, isn't that the 33 one?
No, oh, you're right. It is. Wow, how did that happen?
No, you can
That's
select
neat.
as in the bottom section, and I was still on Charn.
Oh, very interesting. All right, so you don't remember anything about how this was constructed, but you might be able to get some help from Eric or one of the engine seers, and might be able to identify how this box was made, and where it was made.
Yeah, Gerwulf, it's still a box. Let's go talk to Eric.
All right, so while
Okay,
you guys
you do
walk
that.
over there, or while Cato walks over there, we're going to talk to Jay and Claudius, and let me see if I can get
That's
into my
the
autism
doctor?
mode. Yes.
Okay,
Dr.
I want to go
Claudius
there too,
Gunta.
because my leg.
He's not that kind of doctor.
Well, he might have. I mean, he's more likely to have stuff in the
Fair enough.
lunkhead.
All right, so Jay, you hand over this thing to Dr. Gunter, and he looks at it with some degree of wonder. And he goes, what is this? I go, oh, this looks very interesting. This looks like it's perfectly formed. It's very clear, but it's kind of matte too. I don't really understand this. This looks very odd. Where did you find this? Did you find this somewhere?
Yeah, we found it in that pygmy fuck church at the ruins we just investigated.
What do you mean? What do you mean pygmy fuck church? I don't understand what that means.
It was some pygmy fuck. It's some big goddamn building with fucking pygmies in it, and then they screamed and the building broke, and we took this gem.
Oh, it broke. That sounds awful. There's too many pieces. I don't like when there's too many pieces. So what does this thing do? What does it do?
We don't know, but it floats like a balloon when you throw it in the air.
What do you mean? What?
I grabbed the thing out of his hands and just chuck it in the air.
All right, so you chuck it in the air and it sort of falls at a reasonably quick pace, but again, it's slower than it should be. And he looks at it with wonder, and he reaches out his hands underneath it as it's falling, and he catches it very, very gracefully. And he goes, "Oh, I'll need to run some tests." And he turns around and he drags it with him, and it's still kind of falling, and it's resisting his movement. And he puts it on his desk and starts taking out various instruments and chemicals and so on. He tries to scratch off a piece of it and figure out what it does. He's intent on studying this for a little while, but there are some other assistants around who come over to you, Gerwulf, seeing your wound, and they're slightly less, autistic, and say, "Oh, that looks pretty bad. We'll have to treat that." And they take you over to the Medicae station and start to inspect the wound and irrigate it and so on, and apply the sacred rites of the Medicus. So back to Cato. Actually, Angelos, where are you during all this?
I am actually heading over to the Medicaid myself, as I took some damage from when Jay decided to shoot his shotgun in a very, very small room.
Oh, quit being a baby. You could rest that out.
All right, so you and Gerwulf are just up in this corner or something, getting some treatment from
fucking pygmies.
Getting some treatment from a Medicae servitor and a Medicus or Medicae guardsman, someone who's trained in those arts. I'm gonna actually. I think I lost someone there. Let's go back. There we go. So Cato, you actually, where's Charn during all this? I guess he's probably just hanging by the lumberjack. So you are talking to Eric. What would you like to talk to him about?
So, Eric, my party found this box of indeterminate worth, value, use, function. I don't know if you have any insight into it.
Let me take a look at it. Let's put it on my desk over here. And he walks over to his desk and sort of swipes his arm to clear it. And a bunch of stuff drops on the floor, and the engine seer on the other side of the room just kind of sighs. He's like, God damn it. And so you guys put this odd box that has no noticeable join points on it. And you put it on his desk, and he just stares at it from. He goes, "This is weird, dude. I don't know." And he sort of starts to think very carefully. Go ahead and roll 2 tech use tests at +10, and if either of them succeed, then you succeed in determining something about this box. Which I'm going to have to make up because I really wasn't planning for you to succeed.
Wait, I think I can. So it would be a tech use that I did and tech use Eric does?
Yeah, so I'm going to use your skill for it. Because you guys are actually more or less similar in skill. The only difference is he has more...
Wow.
Wow, indeed.
Wow.
You rolled a hard 100 there. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, so you guys are actually similar in skill. He's just got a little more experience overall, and he's got more implants. He's got like a medicus. He's got a few more mechadendrites and stuff. So you guys stare at this box for a while and can't find any noticeable mechanism to open it or to figure out what's inside. You tried to scan it with various scanners, and you unleashed the holy X-rays and the holy ultrasounds and so on, and Nothing seems to penetrate this box. It seems to be totally opaque to all your scanning technology. Eric thinks back very carefully to all of his learning from back on Mars and can't remember a damn thing about how this might be built. If you would like to roll a common lore tech at a +20, you can do that.
I am going to do that.
So you kind of get a vague memory, and you're not quite sure, but you remember that when you were learning to be a tech priest on you were learning tech priest on a ship, right? You didn't go to Mars. You actually learned from a tech priest on a ship, right?
So, I learned a little on the planet, and then when I went off planet, yeah, I learned more.
Yeah, so you're out in the void on some ship, and the tech priest who is training you had served on a rogue trader, which is a ship. It's sort of like it's a cross between a pirate, a merchant, and a diplomat. It's like they're these really they have these sort of writs of merchant of being a rogue trader. You have like a document that says you can do this. And you can travel the whole the whole universe and trade, and sometimes they deal with Xenos and stuff, and they talk to Tau a lot and all that. So you remember that he served as a tech priest on a rogue trader, and he told you a story about a culture in the Calaxis sector on another planet. You can't quite remember the name. You don't remember if it was the name of the planet that I'm going to generate in about 10 seconds when I open up a name generator. Planet name generator. You can't remember if it was on Hevis 4 or Azuno 3, and you're going to want to write those names down. But you remember that one of those planets had a strikingly similar design style, and they were able to build boxes. They weren't actually boxes made of wood, but they were boxes made of other materials that had no noticeable joinery on them. And I'll give you those names again. It was Hevis, Hevis, and did I say Azuno?
I believe
That's
so.
what I wrote.
Yeah, Hevis and Azuno. I don't remember what numbers I gave them, but you can literally
4
give
and
them
3.
any number you like. The number doesn't matter; it just makes it sound more like a planet. So that's as much as you can remember about this. There's really nothing else that you can gather from it. Do you want to try to open the box?
No, not at all.
So are you going to try to take this box into your possession and protect it from your other, party members to make sure they don't try to open the box?
No, I trust my party.
All right, so you can go ahead and add that to your character sheet. You can add that you have this mysterious box from
Can
either.
we put our dick in the box?
You cannot put your dick in the box. There's no hole for your dick in the box. There might
doesn't
be a
need
dick
one.
in a box. I don't know what's in the box. We'll maybe someday find out what's in the box.
It's a
if you
box
guys
full
decide
of
to-
dicks. It's a box
Yeah, I mean,
full
hey,
of dicks.
you guys could go back to Camp 4. You could take Charn with you and just fly off this planet. I don't know. You could probably requisition a Valkyrie. You would be in violation of your orders as inquisitorial acolytes, and you'd probably be chased down by the Inquisition and killed. But that's something you could possibly do if you want to go over to Azuno, or if you think that there's a legitimate thread of potential tech heresy, you could follow that lead down and see what happens.
We can't leave
all
this
of-
planet until we turn the lumberjack into the pussy wagon.
Clearly. Also, I'm sorry to say that I actually did some math, and I don't think that the Rhino that the lumberjack is based on will fit in a Valkyrie. Actually, I don't actually. The only other person here who might actually know who's played the tabletop, Cord. Do you know if you can put a Rhino in a Valkyrie? Can you do that? Do they load in that? I think they
don't
can.
think so.
And that's the thing that's going to cart you on and off of this world. You might be able to eventually negotiate with someone with a bigger ship to grab the pussy wagon and carry it around with you. So while this is going on with Cato, Claudius is performing all sorts of tests on this gem, and he has applied all of his chemistry. He's applied all of his knowledge as a learned scholar of the Adeptus Administorum, and he looks at you and very dejectedly just says, I can't. I don't know what this is. This is the thing that shouldn't be. It shouldn't be a thing. I don't think this is a thing. I think it might be tech. We should talk to Eric. We should talk to Eric. And he taps on his neck and says, Eric. I need you here now. I think I have some tech.
Jesus
and
Christ,
Eric,
Doc, calm down.
And so Eric, you can hear him sort of quietly over the other side of the comm bead, and he goes, Jesus Christ, Doc, calm the fuck down. And he starts walking over towards Dr. Claudius. And he gets in and he sees this teardrop-shaped thing, and immediately his mechadendrites just sort of perk up and stare at it. He's clearly enthralled. And Cato, can you please take a willpower check? You, however, resist the thrall of this device. And while Eric is staring at it intently with all of his mechadendrites sort of hovering around it and over it and scanning it, he's not saying a word. He's just totally, completely enthralled by this thing. Cato, you look at it and you feel a strong draw to go and be as enthralled. But you sort of shake away and look away from it, and you walk over to Eric, and you push him and say, Eric, look away. Don't do that. I think this might be bad.
Careful, brother. I'm unsettled by this piece of tech.
He takes one of his mechadendrites and he just slaps it into you and pushes you away. And he goes, no, this is, and he's just, he can't form words. He's so enthralled by this. And seeing this, Jay, what do you do?
Back up. I don't do anything.
All right. And so as he's staring at this strange ruby red thing, the ruby red gem goes from being matte to glowing. And it goes glass clear and then starts to glow from the inside as the tech priest gets closer to it. And he starts babbling a little bit. He's just like babbling word. It's not really words, it's word salad. He's just saying random assortments of words as he gets closer and closer to it. And then, who is here? Angelos, you're in this room. Can you please roll a perception check?
I can if it will let me. We'll roll it manually.
What will probably happen is the modifier. So you immediately you sense something very wrong about this artifact that you did not sense before. What do you want to do? Do you want to investigate that feeling further? Do you want to go look at this artifact?
Yes, I do.
All right, so you can go walk over to it. You've been treated for your light wounds. You can all gain. You and Gerwulf can both gain a wound. And so the artifact is over here. I'm just moving you in the right place. In fact, actually, no, only you and Gerwulf, because only you two have been treated. So you look at this artifact, Angelos. You don't have any lore. I love lore checks, and you are resisting.
I might actually have lore. Maybe it was part of my class and I just never added it.
You might have, like, I think you might have some kind of lore. Take a double look. You look at this, and your brain starts to feel very warm. And I know that's a very odd thing to say because you don't usually think of your brain feeling something like, oh, I have a headache or whatever. Your brain, the inside of your head, starts to feel like there is a warm and pleasant, like campfire almost, glowing inside of it. And you stare at this, and you don't feel the pull that Eric clearly feels, but it is very enthralling, and you can tell why he's enthralled. And as you look at it, you see these runes start to form, and they are. I'm going to see if I can draw one actually. They kind of look like. That is the wrong color, and it's also probably not going to work. They look like. Of course, it's not going to work. Son of a bitch. Where'd my? Let me see if I can do this. Oh shit. I can't draw it handily, but it's it looks like a circle, and inside there are 3 lines that meet in the middle of the top of this circle. The center line passes straight through the center of the circle, and the other 2 are about 30 degrees on either side of that circle. So there are 3 lines that sort of flow outward from the top of this circle. Can you please roll a intelligence check? I'm just going to pretend you have the lore that I need. So you see this, and the heat in your brain intensifies, and it starts to cause minor pain. And you look at this rune, and you're not really sure what it means, but you recognize it as being a very dark, very heretical rune. What would you like to do?
I would like to destroy the rune due to the heresy.
So in order to destroy it, you're going to actually have to destroy the whole artifact. So you can do that probably by smashing it.
So a strength test.
Actually a weapon skill check. Like, you're going to attack this thing.
And I fail.
So you hit this thing squarely, but it deflects your blade. And Eric, seeing you do this, snaps, and all of his mechadendrites are suddenly around you and around your neck, and he's holding you above his head, and he throws you across the room. And as you connect with that back wall, you take 10 damage. That ignores your armor. So take 10 damage only minus your toughness.
It's a good throw.
Yeah, well, so he's quite strong. And as he hears the crack of you against the room, against the wall, he's broken from his trance, and he runs over to you and says, "Oh my God, are you okay? I didn't mean to. Oh, I don't know what happened. That thing, it's just my mind. I don't understand." Angelos, can you please take 1 point of corruption?
Done.
And he goes, We need to get rid of that thing. It's wrong. Something's wrong about it. And he is clearly intent, and he yells over to Cato, "Cato, get away. It wants us. It wants tech priests." And he runs down the hall to get away from this thing.
I'm running over to the lumberjack.
Yeah, and so he runs down the hall, and he sends all the people at the end of this hall.
We need SS Down syndrome. He'll smash this thing. He's too dumb to take over.
So he calls everybody in that room to come around and start shooting at this thing and break it and kill it. He wants it dead. He knows something's wrong with this. And in walks a man who's very clearly armed to the teeth, a Cato style, like a really big buff guy who's not wearing any armor, but he's got a big gun, and Lieutenant Crumb. And Lieutenant Crumb goes, "They want me to smash something? I will smash. What do I need to smash?"
Smash the red thing.
All right. He goes, "Okay." And he goes over to the red thing, and he picks it up. And he goes, "I will take this outside and smash." So he's holding it in his hand, and he's clearly not even aware of why he needs to smash it. He's just excited because he finally found something worth his skill. Like that is clearly what he's good at. As he takes it outside, Cato, you see it again, and he tosses it up in the air as if he's going to like bat it out of the park. Can you roll a willpower test? You see him do this, and as much as you want to run right forward to catch it, to protect this precious thing that is calling out to you, you know that this thing needs to be destroyed. And so Lieutenant Crumb revs his Eviscerator chainsword and bats this thing so hard it enters next week. This thing is gone. It goes off into the woods and shatters as it flies into a million little pieces. And he revs the chainsword and goes, "That was a good smash." And the thing is destroyed. And Eric comes over the comm bead to Claudius and he puts it on an open channel so that everybody can hear it. And he goes, "Is it gone? I sent Crumb around."
It's gone for good.
And so he comes back into the room with you guys and he goes, "I don't know what I saw there, but it was just wrong. I saw someone I haven't seen in a long time that I thought he was dead, but he was talking to me like he was right there. I don't know what's going on. I and he looks over at you, Angelos, and he says, I'm really sorry about what I did, but I'm gonna need your help."
Help with what?
I need you to go into my mind, and I need you to figure out what's going on. And we're going to end it there. Next time on Listener in the Woods, we can decide whether or not Angelos is okay with potentially exploring the mind of Mr. Eric Berga, second lieutenant in the Imperial Guard. But for now, let's do XP.
Okay.
All right. I need to write down that's what we're going to do. Because I need a little time to plan this.
Well, while you're doing that, I want to tell Cato about the great story about how we found a fucking snake and I actually got bit so that we can resolve our bond.
Well, so is Jay really gonna go in and say, "I got this great story about how I got fucked over"? Is that something that he's really gonna do?
He wouldn't.
Well, clearly you would, because you want the XP. But maybe someone else there will tell that story who wants to make fun of you. Someone who maybe is always the butt of your jokes.
Right.
So that would be me.
Yes, it would.
Hang on one second. I'm going to write something down. Next week.
Cato's actually
Angelos.
pretty confused where this red sound came from.
Explores the mind of Eric to learn more about the red gem thingy. Also, next week, maybe head toward stasis site or camphor. All right, so we're gonna do XP, and then we're also this site has a quartermaster. Did we get personal influences all figured out for everybody?
Personal influences?
It doesn't sound...
Everybody, instead of using Throne Guilt to buy stuff and sell stuff, I want to use the system they use in 2nd edition and Only War, which uses a system of influence, which is much simpler to manage. So what we're going to do, if you have rolled your Throne Guilt, your starting Throne Guilt, you should divide that by 10 and round up, and that's your starting personal influence. If you haven't rolled that, then please roll that and do the math on it.
I
and then
recall
in your
doing this.
so I'm seeing Angelos, Gerwulf, and that's it. You guys have not done that, so please do that presently. I think it's early in the book.
I put
you'll
mine
find
in
that.
Throne Guilt section.
Yes,
I just
in
stuck
your
it there.
Yeah, in your Throne Guilt section, you should keep a number. This represents your personal influence. You also have a group influence, and right now your group influence is 10. The way that it works is when you want to buy something, based on its rarity and its quality, there will be a modifier that you apply to a 1d100. It'll be plus or minus some amount. If you roll under the sum of your personal influence and your group influence, you get the item. If you roll over it, you get the item in different ways. There is a thing called XP and economy in the handout section that will explain the whole system. If you want to buy or sell stuff, you can sell stuff to gain some influence, and you can buy stuff using your influence. When you successfully buy something, you lose a little personal influence. That is a lot easier to track than actual thrown gelt, and also I don't have to haggle with you. It's very simple. We do a roll, and you get it, or you don't. So if you Gerwulf, and you Angelos could both figure out what your starting thrown gelt is, fill that in. If you want to buy something, anything in the armory is available. You can. There's this site that I found, 40k RPG Armory. If you want to try to buy something out of that, you can give me the link to it, and I will look at it and give you whatever modifier it should be. All right, so that's if you want to buy something, you can do that now, or you can do that before next session, before we start. For now, let's do XP before we get into that, and then if you want to buy something, I'll be here for a few minutes. We can do that. All right, XP and economy. So everybody can mark down 100 flat XP for the session.
Yay.
So does anybody have... Actually, let's do the questions first, because I know there's going to be some bond resolution. Did we meet a new contact, confidant, or alter ego?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we met two people. We met Eric and Claudius. So go ahead and mark 50 XP. Did we discover an important clue to our investigations?
I would probably say no.
Corrupted gem?
Yeah, I wouldn't.
The box.
Yeah,
Well,
that
so
wasn't for the investigation.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
you might have started a couple of investigations, but I don't think you really found any important clues.
We found out that pygmies suck.
Did find out that. Well, you found out that pygmies and small spaces and shotguns all go very well together, or very poorly, depending on your perspective. So I would say that you've discovered some important clues to two investigations, but none of your specific investigations. You started a bunch of new investigations. So I'd say probably not on that one. Did we eliminate a threat to the Imperium?
Yes.
The gem?
The gem,
Yes.
yes, I think so. So go ahead and mark 50 XP for that. Yeah, I think you definitely eliminated a threat to the Imperium there. I think you also, those pygmies are pretty asshole-ish, so.
Yeah.
Did anybody have a fortune realized?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
No.
And nobody really did anything else, so I didn't give any 25 XP bonuses out. All right, let's do bonds. So Cato was told this story about Jay getting literally bitten in the leg by this thing, and in the arm as well. And if you feel like that bond is resolved, then who owns that bond?
Jayce.
All right, so do you feel like that bond was resolved? Jay/Butch.
Yes.
Cato, do you agree?
I do agree.
All right, so mark down 50 XP for both of you. And mark off that bond from your list. If you come up with another one, you'll be able to mark it down, but we're going to try to keep them around 3 or 4 at most. So as we continue playing, you'll be able to mark down more or less bonds. Does anybody else have bonds? Who told the story about Jay?
I did.
Do you feel like you are still the butt of, or actually, Jay, do you feel like Angelos is still the butt of your jokes, or has he gotten you back?
Absolutely.
All right, so no bond resolution there. Does anybody else have a bond that is resolved?
Nope.
No.
All right, so that's all the bonds. We just resolved the one. So everybody should have 200 XP from the group, and then Jay and Cato should both have an extra 50 from their bond. And that is that. Does anybody want to buy something right now, or do you want some time to think about it?
I was
I
going
would
to have
like a
somebody
crack grenade.
repair my armor.
So you can do that with Cato over the week. It's going to cost some spare parts, but you do have that giant eviscerator that you can take apart.
Yes.
Yeah, same
You
here.
could also sell that potentially and get some extra personal influence as an alternative to that. But if you give it to Cato, Cato can take that apart for spare parts and fix your armor and anybody else's who he feels like fixing. You will get. Do you want to take that apart?
Yes.
All right, you'll get 2d10 minus 5. You'll get 5 spare parts out of that. And Cato, you could put those in your inventory.
Okay.
I just assume that everybody wants spare parts to go to the tech priest. That just seems obvious to me. But if someone if you want to actually keep those, then you can keep them. So I heard someone wants to buy frag grenades.
Crack grenade.
Crack grenades. Okay. Let's look up crack grenades.
Since I don't actually have what I thought I had.
That's
Always good to
quality.
keep a little crack around.
Of course.
Always good to bring some crack. Let's see. That is a rare availability, which I believe is a minus 20. But how did I figure? I did all this math out before, and I don't have the thing open. Economy. A party starts with 10 influence. Common make this game plus 10. Alright, so you're going to get a minus 30. How many did you want to get?
Just one.
Just one? Alright,
Yeah.
so you can roll your influence minus 30. So 10 plus your personal influence minus 30 to get 1.
Okay, I haven't figured that out yet.
Alright, so once you figure that out, also because you destroyed this piece of heresy, you should all mark plus 5 personal influence. Because you brought this thing in and you all destroyed it together.
Alright.
Alright, did
I have a
anybody else want to
question.
buy anything?
Booze
So I don't wanna
if the
buy
rations
something.
came in.
Say that again, Cato?
So, is it possible for me to do a perception check on the grenade in my inventory to see if it's a cluster grenade?
So the cluster grenade was an explanation of the fact that we've rolled like 8 times on the Righteous Fury thing. It actually is not. It's a normal grenade. It's a totally normal grenade. The only way we'll know if it is technically, like if it's secretly a cluster grenade, would be to actually use it and then have it go off 20 times again.
All right.
Yeah, another way to explain that is there were secondary explosions, and there's no way you could predict it. It was just someone overpacked that one, and yeah, that's how it worked out.
I guess that's fair.
There's actually no such thing as a cluster grenade. I just sort of wanted to explain it somehow. Anyway, did anybody else want to buy anything?
Booze.
Booze. All right, booze. Let's see. What kind of quality booze are we talking about here?
Whatever. I'll take the shitty booze even.
All right, you can roll plus 10 for just some common hooch on your personal influence, and that's going to cost you some influence to buy. So you're going to roll 10 plus whatever you have that number in your Throne Guilt section.
Which is 27. So roll a D100 less than 37.
Yes. At less than 47, because you're going to get plus 10, because it's a very common item. In the Grimdark of the Far Future, there's only war and also liquor, but you're not going to get any till next week.
God damn it.
So the way it works is if you roll a single degree of failure, it'll just come in next week, and you'll be able to get it then. So for you, that'll be here, actually, I guess technically 2 weeks, because we're doing this at the end of session. So not be this next Saturday, but the Saturday after. And go ahead and mark that down somewhere in your character sheet. Like in your gear section, just be like booze on 2 weeks from now. And you can get like 3 or 4 rations of it as part of that. So you say like maybe rot gut booze times 4 in 2 weeks. Does anybody else want to buy anything?
I'm good right now.
All right. If you want to buy something or sell something, Selling things can get you some extra influence. Buying things will lose you a little influence over time. So if you want to do that, try to think about it during the week. If you want to sell a bunch of things, we can do that as one roll, but you'll get influence for all of them if you want to clear out your inventory a bit. Otherwise, good session, everybody.
Indeed.
Yeah, it
Thank
was
you,
good.
everyone.
Yep.
That was actually a lot of fun because I had no idea that we were actually going to go there, and so I had to make up everything on the fly, which is part of the reason I wanted to get rid of the goddamn box. But I'm like, I realized as soon as you found it and you weren't leaving, Paul, I was like, he's not leaving. There's no way I can get rid of this box. How the fuck am I going to get rid of this box? I don't know what I want to do with it. What do you do with a box you can't open? And so you unfortunately found the box, and I was very sad. Anyway, all right. I'll see you guys next week.
See you later, guys.
See you then. I'm gonna make a backup character, Elysian Shock. Drop.